ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That account, I believe, is real. I've watched it for a long time, and he says a lot of really provocative stuff there that has definitely caught my attention on many, many occasions. I've heard this briefing many times. Incredibly, incredibly sad, but probably a lot more than just what it looks like on the surface. If you don't really see what's going on here, this might not make sense. Galaxy, the alchemy of Jesus Christ, is that you will become like him. John 14:12. As I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater things. Cognitive abilities, psychic abilities, telepathy, seeing the future, all of these things are rolled in with that concept. So when we're looking at the possibility of liberating ourselves from the suffering that so many people have, it ultimately comes with the understanding that you cannot die. You cannot die. You are not threatened by anything. You have nothing to worry about. And this whole entire world, as traditional as it seems to be, is actually a reality construct. That's the awakening. That's why people have a hard time seeing something that, oh, it's so simple. Why can't they see it? It's such an easy thing to understand. No, it's a paradigm shift. It's coming to realize that everything you ever thought was true in your life is a frickin' lie. You were lied to about every single thing. There are satanic communities where everybody's in on it. It's the YMCA, it's the bank. Border, most of those people are not going to become American citizens. That's what they call a meat wagon. And I heard about meat wagons all the way back in 2010, that they let people through the border, they put them on a bus, they drive them into an underground base, and whatever happens from there. These human-looking extraterrestrials are soaking in a liquid bath that's made from human bodies. This is apparently what Greys have to do to survive. That's why their DNA is breaking down, is that their genetics, they cloned themselves off of a small subject pool. But the part that we don't know is that the way that they try to stay alive is by using human growth factors and stem cells. And we, as in our secret government, have made the Greys an alternative option that can keep them alive, but they don't like the taste. Okay, I'm going to tell you something really dark, and I'm sorry, but what's happening is that those UFOs are pulling up to corrupted U.S. military elements, and then they pick up their payment from the ship, if you follow what I'm saying by payment. They're picking up their payments. Our military is doing this. We took a crappy deal. We took a horrible deal. And we now have enough technology that we can actually get rid of these people and stop the payments. But in order to do that, we're going to need a civilian Space Force. We're going to need a civilian-led, or at least a civilians with military, so that we can go against corrupted aspects of our own infrastructure that are actually cooperating with these beings and using this for their own sustenance, I guess. And wouldn't you know, I got a tractor driving right behind me. There is a war going on with the Draco right now, and Pete would talk to me about this, and he said that we were winning. There's about, from what Pete said, there's about 3,500 of these ships out there that Ben built, at least, that we're using. And he said there's Americans all over the galaxy. He said that we have colonized 65 locations off planet Earth throughout the galaxy, and that each one of these locations typically will have at least 3,500 soldiers there. And the big thing is to fight these reptilians. In fact, I just got a whole bunch of new information on the Draco today, believe it or not. They are distributed all throughout the constellation Draco. And apparently the reason the constellation Draco was named that way is because there's a lot of them out there. One of the main contingents of Greys that are here, that are working with our secret government, they require human protein to survive, or so they think. They like the taste. They soak in it like a bath. I don't know how they prepare it. I don't know. They don't need, so the Greys apparently don't need Satanism to be involved in the preparation of the food, but the reptilians do. The reptilians, they prefer to eat meat, whereas the Greys actually do kind of like a blended human shake.
A human smoothie, yeah, got it.
So it's very, I'm sorry to talk about this, but I feel like I got to get this out somehow. You know, if something happened to me, I wanted to make sure everybody knows this. So I don't think anything will, but you know. Hey, 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 it's your buddy. Real debut of our anti-gravity and free energy company. This is not a hoax. We're actually moving forward to do these technologies, get them out to the public. And so I'm here today just to remind you, add these questions. Look over here now. You know, I don't expect you to have 4 camera angles like this. I want to share with you a video that I shot in our secret hangar. It won't be secret for a whole lot longer, but you know, we're just trying to not let it be too obvious so that our enemies don't get a head start. And I am here in our undisclosed location, which is codenamed Snapper. And this is the future, folks. This is where we're going to be prototyping your hover car that we would like to have ready for commercial development at an affordable price in the not too distant future, hopefully within 4 years, and a working prototype within 1 year. As you can see, I was not lying to you. Hello! We will be hoping to sell you hover cars very soon. I can't actually live in the building. I asked, and our zoning regulations don't allow that. I believe that what you're seeing here is a totally feasible machine, a totally feasible device. So this is the Holy Grail. As part of the aerospace community, we don't only want to pitch foreign countries, we also want to pitch the United States on our products. To be perfectly honest with you, we haven't had the kind of interest and participation from United States investors that we had wanted. I performed. And then now we have some new investors. You have to use the orgasmic energy, apparently. There's something about the orgasmic energy. You know, rub-a-dub-dub, 4 minutes. I'm not even going to go there, okay? But I'm your deadbeat dad. I've never met 45. It didn't quite happen. But I had a dream years ago where it said I was one of the founding fathers of anti-gravity, or that I would be seen as one of the founding fathers. In aerospace, in order to do engineering, it can cost like $2 billion a prototype. Engineering is incredibly expensive, and the main reason is because a lot of people don't know what they're doing. And it turns out that people don't really know how to make airplanes very well. It is very expensive to make new jets, but from all the people who I've spoken to on the inside, it's a commonly held belief that Ben is the premier aircraft or spacecraft designer on Earth today. I want to show you, first of all, a 3D printed version of a craft that we designed will actually travel through space if we so desire. I was very proud of myself. This was the first time I've been able to get the 3D printer to make one of these. Now, wait a minute, David. That looks kind of evil. That looks like the devil's pitchfork. What the hell are you all doing here? This is a plane that is literally capable of traveling at Mach 4. This will be the fastest airplane as possible. So this is what you would use if there's a sudden spontaneous invasion and you barely have enough time to get your guys into the jets. I'm a retard, okay, so y'all can laugh. I put the wings on upside down. This is before Ben, I said, could we please make some, like special part on the wings? It's like a square notch that we can put it in. He did. So the engines are upside down, but I just thought, I don't know, maybe they work that way. When I thought about it more, it didn't make any sense. But anyway, it turns out that people don't really know how to make airplanes very well. Now, I had no idea that when I printed these out that any pattern would emerge. This is actually what happened. If you look at the image of the first three, so there's a plate. So obviously I'm not, the Jesus statue is already there in our house. I'm talking now about the plastic below Jesus, because there on the back side of this model of what looks to me an awful lot like the crucifix, right? This is really incredible. I mean, I don't know what the hell to make out of this. This does not appear to be an accident. This is no bluff to try to raise money for no reason. My wife and I actually were down to our last $3,000 before we started this course. So it was a pretty dire situation. The way that it got timed was it just happened to work out. I might not actually be your deadbeat dad. That was more of a figure of speech. In this video that will become part of history if we do end up doing the Wright brothers of anti-gravity. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on Sunday. Galaxy, the alchemy of Jesus Christ, is that you will become like him. John 14:12. As I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater things. Cognitive abilities, psychic abilities, telepathy, seeing the future, all of these things are rolled in with that concept. So when we're looking at the possibility of liberating ourselves from the suffering, my goal actually is to only talk for 1 hour today, and it's very clear that there's something going on. When I get into a slide mode, I get very amped up. I just rode the train all the way out here through the most horrific, 2 days of not sleeping from New York to Colorado. Oh my God. We're off to a lame start here. You've apparently decided that I'm still a worthwhile human being in your eyes and not someone just to be scorned and hated. See what we can do with a nice satanic halo. Wouldn't that be interesting? Words probably don't want to say. Yeah. Do you realize how hard I'm working for you? This takes effort. This causes me to sweat. And so if you can't appreciate that, it really hurts my feelings. And I think we need to talk about it, because they don't want you to know that you are a creator being, that you have godlike powers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. We are back onto the wacky world of Wilcock. It appears that David Wilcock's 18-month slumber, where he was talking to squirrels and taking baths in his own piss, is to get the soup. He had to do that, okay? Don't judge, okay? The Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own piss so that he could get the superpowers that he needed, okay? So don't judge. So for the past 18 months, David Wilcock has been AOL, absent without leave. He promised us hover cars a year ago. Then he took a year and a half off to take baths in his own piss and talk to squirrels. Look, I don't write his scripts. I don't know what's going on. People are speculating he's on drugs. And by the way, this is all rumors and speculations. People are saying he's on drugs. People are saying that he went crazy from vagina withdrawal because his wife left him. And hey, you know, that's a common thing. Guy gets used to some steady peace, and then the peace goes away. You go a little crazy without the vajayjay, you know? But he's back now, and he's back with a new scam, book to sell you. This time claiming that he's been in contact with the Archangel Michael, who told him, among other things, to take baths in his own piss so that he could get superpowers. And the Archangel Michael apparently told him that, you got to make some money. So he is all but begging now. He is pushing this latest buy my shit like I have never seen him. I think that he's in panic mode. Apparently, as we have covered before, in an ultimate act of what I believe may be karma, since David Wilcock made most of his money scamming stupid people on the internet out of their money for things like an ascension course, a course on how to develop your own free energy and anti-gravity devices that no one was able to do. $333 to learn free energy and anti-gravity. Nobody built shit yet, so I guess that was another scam. And we have detailed all of the scams of the past. There was the David Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, in which he collected, I don't know. David Wilcock is free to correct me. I either he collected $150,000, maybe $170,000 worth of money in charitable donations, and then he did exactly zero charitable anything. He gave a tiny, tiny, tiny little portion of that money he collected to other charities. And as we detailed in a previous show, David Wilcock's Shady Charities Finances Revealed, an expose piece we did, we got the 990 forms. He spent most of the money on himself, even spending something like $4,000 or $5,000 one year on meals and entertainment for himself out of that money. So great. And we also detailed the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam in the past. We detailed the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam and more. We have also detailed how David Wilcock's whistleblowers are all frauds. He claims to have government whistleblowers. He can't prove that any of these people actually work for the government, with the possible exception of Corey Good, who was like a Texas National Guard member. Texas Guard, sorry, somebody always corrects me on that, but they're not whistleblowers. We detailed on last night's show how he continually cites his greatest source, Pete Peterson, who, by the way, is fucking dead. The guy's dead. He's citing a dead source. Well, this dead guy told me this, so it must be true. This dead guy told me this. All about this dead guy who worked for Ronald Reagan. No, he didn't. David Wilcock, you are a goddamn scammer. Stop lying through your fake teeth for a living. Pete Peterson never worked for Ronald Reagan. We proved that. Pete Peterson was never an early computer pioneer. We proved that. You said he had 50 patents. Go look it up. Anybody can look it up. Pete Peterson has zero patents. His companies have zero patents. He was not a science and technology guru. He did not beat Apple and Commodore and Atari to market with the first alphanumeric keyboard personal computer. No, he didn't. We checked with computer museums. Nobody ever heard of the guy. But if you look up Pete Peterson, you will find out that he was involved in several pump and dump stock scams, using his fictitious education and his fictitious background as an early computer pioneer, which he wasn't, to pump up the value of a startup stock. And then the companies all went belly up. It's called a pump and dump scam, David Wilcock. That is the quality. That is the level of David Wilcock's so-called government insiders. They don't work for the government. They didn't know. Pete Peterson was a senile old man. And we have evidence of that in the form of David Wilcock's former television show producer, Jay Widener, said he was a blithering, senile old man who could barely string together two sentences that made any sense. They had to film him for hours and hours and hours and then edit line by line to try to make something out of the nonsense that his old, senile old man was spewing. David Wilcock took advantage of a sick, senile old man so that he could pretend that government insiders were coming to him. He doesn't have government insiders. He has scammers, fraudsters, and liars. And his books are filled with sources such as this fake government whistleblower, Pete Peterson. But see last night's show if you want a more detailed breakdown of Pete Peterson and what a fraud and a scammer that guy was. That was one of his main source, right? He said it himself. This is my main and primary source, right? He thinks that guy was some kind of an American hero, more like American scammer. Now, we detailed that David Wilcock desperately wants to be somebody important in the world. He's telling everybody that the angels are telling him that he's going to be the father of anti-gravity. But so far, all he's done is try to rip off the patents of a man named Salvador Payas. Those patents are owned by Salvador Payas and the United States Navy. He's not allowed to just steal somebody's patents and make a commercial product for sale. Problem with the whole idea of his hover cars. But more than a year ago, probably a year and a half ago now, he said that he'd have working hover car prototypes within a year to show everybody. So far, all he showed us was 3D printed toys that look straight out of G.I. Joe, right? It is absolutely ridiculous that David Wilcock can continue to charge people money. Now, insofar as his claims of being in contact with extraterrestrials, or I'm sorry, he's claiming to be in contact with angels now, the Archangel Michael. We have detailed how that is not possible because David Wilcock is the test of a prophet. One prophetic thing wrong, you are not a prophet. You're a false prophet. David Wilcock is the worst psychic on planet Earth. He's gotten all of his psychic predictions wrong. He predicted all these Earth changes for the year 2000. Nothing happened. He predicted a new age of ascension where everybody would get superpowers in the year 2012. None of that happened, right? He's been predicting mass arrests since at least 1998. That shit never happens. He is wrong about virtually everything that he says. And the fact that stupid people continue to give him money, go look at the comments. It's cult-like nonsense. Oh, David, we're so glad you're back. Thanks for bringing us the truth. How is David Wilcock bringing you the truth when all of his sources are proven fraud, fake liars, or dead people? Nobody can check that Pete Peterson told him any of this shit. And who cares what a dead scammer once told him? He's a dead scammer. He was a scammer when he was alive. He's dead now. Doesn't make the guy any less of a scammer. And I'm sorry to talk ill of the dead. But the fact that this clown, David Wilcock, can run around saying, my dead source told me this about the aliens. My dead fraud source told me that about the aliens. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that he can somehow legally collect money from people telling them stories he claims are true from a complete and total fraud in the form of Pete Peterson is absolutely ridiculous. I, for one, we mentioned it on last night's show, I think there needs to be stronger consumer protection laws. If David Wilcock is going to stand there on a public live stream and say, my government whistleblower insider who worked for Ronald Reagan gave me this insider information, and then it can be proven that that source that he's citing never worked for Ronald Reagan and was a complete and total fraud and a con artist that ran pump and dump scams and a GoFundMe scam, then you should be arrested for consumer fraud. You should not be allowed to lie and say, these are my sources that are government insiders when they're not. You should not be able to lie and tell people the stories that you are selling are true while you're selling expensive $333 courses or expensive PDFs where you're claiming to talk to Archangel Michael. And by the way, let's get into that just a minute before we get back to his video tirade, 3-hour nonsensical rant of bullshit. Why would the Archangel Michael go to a person that has been lying to people for his entire life and career and give him secret information to give to the world? Wouldn't the Archangel Michael go to, like, you know, I don't know, anybody other than a new age scammer? And also, David Wilcock is a huge proponent of the ancient astronaut theory, which completely and totally goes against the Christian or Hebrew, the Jewish faith. You can't be Christian and also believe in the ancient astronaut theory, because that's against God, saying that a bunch of aliens came here and invented man, not God. You can't be a Jew and believe that, because both Jews and Christians, and I believe Muslims as well, all believe that Yahweh, or the Hebrew God, created man, not aliens. So why would an angel go to somebody who has been purposefully misleading people away from the three primary faiths, the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity? Why would an angel go to somebody who has been going against Abrahamic religious beliefs and scripture beliefs for all these years now? It makes no sense. Now, some would argue that God or Jesus or angels have intervened with people that were sinners. After all, there was Saul, who became Paul, and he was an early person who was persecuting Christians, and God came into his heart and woke him up. But pardon me, we have not heard David embrace the Archangel Michael and say that he's sorry for misleading people with ancient astronaut lies for decades, right? It doesn't make any sense. And you know what else doesn't make sense? The fact that God's greatest angel of creation, the Archangel Michael, would come to David Wilcock and tell him to take baths in his own urine. Why would an angel tell you to do something that is disgusting, that is a health hazard? You can't just take baths in your own piss. That's bad for your skin. That's bad for your health, right? And I don't understand how the Archangel Michael is coming to David Wilcock and telling him things like, you're going to get a ticket, and that's my gift to the world. Like, none of this shit makes any sense, right? The ancient aliens guy is going to be super Christian and talk to the Archangel Michael now. And by the way, again, I'm going to just keep hammering home this. There is a biblical precept that's called the test of the prophet. If a prophet gets one prediction wrong, one thing wrong ever, they're not a prophet. They're a false prophet, because God and the angels would not give false information to a prophet. That's the test of a prophet. And David Wilcock fails miserably. He claimed at one point that I think it was his mom, said that he was Earth's greatest prophet, or he would be Earth's greatest prophet. People are telling him that he's going to be the father of anti-gravity. This guy is the Lord of bullshit, right? I don't get it. So you can go yourself. I was very well educated. I'm sure, again, we'll cause some conspiracies, admitting that I was educated by Catholic priests, Jesuits, and Franciscan priests, and some people that were from Opus Dei. Let's crack open the conspiracy can about Steve Cambion. I was educated by Franciscan brothers and by Jesuit priests and by members of Opus Dei. You can look all that up, and I'm sure the conspiracies will fly. But one thing I do have is a very good understanding of what I guess you could call demonology, angelology, and all of these things from scriptures. It was a personal interest of mine. They would make me study the Bible. So I decided I was going to study all the parts of the Bible that talk about other gods, other entities, the Elohim, the Nephilim, which are the sons of the sons of God, the angels, the fallen angels, and the daughters of men. I studied all of these things. And what I just can't wrap my brain around this clown saying that he's in contact with the Archangel Michael, because first of all, he admitted himself, we covered it last night, that when this entity first came to him, he said that he was grandfather. An angel would not lie to you. It's very clear in the Bible. The angel is doing God's will. Why would God tell an angel to lie to David Wilcock and pretend to be something else? It makes no sense. Not biblically, not according to scripture. It's just completely and totally wrong. An angel would not masquerade and lie to you and say, I'm grandfather, and then later say, no, I'm the Archangel Michael. But do you know what would do that? A demon, a deceiver, because demons are tricksters and deceivers of men. There is a great deal of biblical scripture to support demons deceiving man, coming in different forms, pretending to be the dearly departed relatives of people, pretending to be angels when they are in fact demons. Demons are tricksters and deceivers. So, but quite honestly, I don't think David Wilcock's in contact with anything except the land of make-believe. I don't believe that he's in contact with any supernatural entities. After all, he used to channel the Egyptian god Ra, and all the shit he said while he was channeling Ra turned out to be horse shit. Nothing burgers, right? So you mean to tell me you were channeling an Egyptian god and that Egyptian god gave you gobbledygook, word salad, new age, nonsensical information that has zero value? And likewise, I have David Wilcock's first Archangel book, and it is filled with nonsensical ramblings of a lunatic who apparently has been maybe overdosing on his own piss baths, and that might be affecting his mental state. I don't know. I'd have to check with a doctor. Like, can taking baths in your own piss for a year and a half like screw up your brain somehow? Because his book is nonsensical ramblings of a lunatic where he's trying to fit together all these disconnected pieces to prove to an audience full of stupid people that he's in contact with angels who are predicting the future. They're not. Also, worthy of note is that David Wilcock has at various times claimed that he wrote all of these predictions on his previous website. You can look it up on Wayback Machine, ascension2000.com. We found only one entry attributed to the Archangel Michael, and it was a bunch of nonsensical rambling and some exercises. Why would an archangel recommend exercises? Like, do these exercises before you go to bed at night. None of this shit makes any sense. David Wilcock is a scammer who sells stupid people stupid stories. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. And let's get our fair use banner here. We're going to welcome in the chat. We have great attendance again tonight. I'm wreaking havoc says, I can't believe we're talking about a guy bathing in pee. Hey, I don't write his scripts. He does. He's the one who said it all. He talked about bathing in piss, not me. It's unsanitary, says Patty. Well, we welcome all of you into the live chat. Great attendance again tonight. We're going to put up our fair use banner, and we're going to get to the rest of this. We're going to get through it, friends. We're going to get through this cavalcade of nonsensical, rambling, new age nonsense. You may remember that last night we detailed how we are, let's see, we are an hour and 20 minutes in. And this is supposed to be about Archangel Michael's prophecy of transformation. Remember, he's violating a cardinal rule here too. He's giving a deadline. He says there's going to be a huge transformation of Earth, according to the Archangel Michael, within 2 years. That's a bad idea, because what's going to happen? Just like the deadline he gave for hover cars, it came and went. No hover cars. He lied to everybody. He doesn't have no hover car. The company that he invested all of his money in, by the way, that's karma. He made all of his money scamming stupid people. Millions of dollars he has scammed from stupid people. Then he apparently invested millions of dollars into a scammy aerospace company that has been showing everybody pretty pictures of super high-tech airplanes for 20 years now and has never built a one of them. Yet they keep asking for investor donations and soliciting investors to invest in their company. They haven't produced a single product, a single airplane, a single flight test. But David Wilcock's going to tell you that that CEO that he gave all of his money to is the greatest aircraft designer on planet Earth, the greatest spaceship designer. David Wilcock also lied to everybody. I consider this a form of consumer fraud. He told everybody behind a paywall that cost $333 that the CEO of Stevati Aerospace designed spaceships for the United States government. If you can't prove that, David Wilcock, that's a prosecutable consumer fraud offense. You should consult an attorney, you idiot. All that stuff is out there. By the way, we have some of that. That stuff you put behind a paywall and those things that you said. If you think David Wilcock is wild in his public live streams, you should see the level of fakery, fraudery, and bull that he puts out behind a $333 paywall. We're going to broadcast some of that, David Wilcock, and you can do whatever you want to do about that. Because a disgruntled customer of yours sent us all those videos, and we're going to start covering them, and we are going to peel back those layers of deception, David Wilcock, and show everybody exactly what you're scamming people for $333. And God help you. God help you, David Wilcock. May God have mercy on your soul if anybody in authority catches wind of what you've been up to, what you've been selling people, what lies you have been shoveling behind a $333 paywall. You better get, I know you got a no refund policy, but you better get prepared to start giving refunds. You better have all of that money available to give back to every one of those customers. Because if you can't prove that this Beskar clown that's been running a scammy aerospace investment scam for 20 plus years, built spaceships for the United States government, then what you did is consumer fraud. Get ready. We're turning the heat up. I'm sick of this shit. You want to scam people for a living? That's fine, but we are going to pursue this with the Colorado authorities because that's where you reside and your business is. But let's get to the latest of the video with him begging for money now. Now he's begging for money. Before he was begging for money so that you too could learn the secrets of free energy and anti-gravity. Now he's begging for money so that you can learn the secrets of the Archangel Michael's prophecy brought to us by a guy who is a New Age guru. Why would the Archangel Michael, wouldn't he go to a Christian pastor, right? Or a Jewish biblical scholar or Kabbalah expert? No, he goes to New Age gurus to give him secret information that you too can purchase from David Wilcock, who has been selling lies for decades. Now, let's cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about New Age scammer David Wilcock. Great. Let's get back to it. We were at the 120-minute mark. We've got another hour and 20 minutes of this shit. Oh, when we last left him, he was beginning to tell us stories that Chris Beskar designed spaceships for the Star Wars movies, and they paid him licensing fees. Hey, David Wilcock, again, what you're doing is a form of consumer fraud. You are stating these things as fact while you're collecting super chats, while you're collecting ad revenue, claiming these are true stories. We've reached out to Industrial Light and Magic and asked them for comment about whether they paid royalties and licensing fees to Stavati Aerospace or Chris Beskar, and if they named the Beskar armor from the Mandalorian series after Chris in honor of him, like you said. These lies are pathological and ridiculous, but we're going to fact check it, and then we're going to let our audience know what Lucasfilm says.
Chris was inviting me to be part of a company where we have solutions for the next generation of every single thing that the U.S. military needs.
Yeah, here's another bad thing. If your aerospace company hasn't been able to produce a single airplane for 20 plus years, why should people believe that you can produce 10 different models of airplane? It doesn't make any sense.
For its aerospace projects, including military, commercial, and space. He's got everything. He's got a replacement for the F-16, replacement for the F-15.
Yeah, he's got pretty pictures of all these things, but he doesn't have one working prototype, one flight test, one anything that we can see.
F-35, you name it. I mean, and it's a lot less expensive. There are certain very sad, but, just hurdles that companies like Boeing and Lockheed have, which is, if you invent the C-130, you've got thousands and thousands of people on payroll.
Yes, it is.
Retirement, and they have so many facilities and so many expenses that their overhead is huge.
Drinketh of the holy pisses.
So what Chris wanted to do is create a scrappy startup company with no debt, and then we go in there, and that way we have a very low overhead. We can bring costs down, believe it or not, by like 300%. So instead of spending $80 million on an F-16, which is what they cost new, he can make a comparable improved version for 25. So that was the idea. Now, obviously, with the idea of making these aircraft would come massive profits if it works, or you could go totally broke trying to fund something like this and go nowhere.
It's not going to work.
And so
that's my prediction.
I was offered this all the way back in 2009. I said no. I was offered in 2010. I said no. 11, 12, 13.
Yeah,
14,
I got
15,
copies
16,
of all
17.
that shit.
Wasn't until 2017 that I finally said yes. And I didn't say yes because of making jet aircraft. I said yes because the company can also make hover cars and it can also make power plants. Now, what's a power plant? A power plant generates free energy.
It's refund time, David. You better have some money.
So I got involved in this, and after I left Gaia and I went out on my own, I started doing my own conferences online.
Thank you.
And frankly,
the
profits were frighteningly high. I don't need all this money. What am I going to do? Am I going to go buy some house that's going to make everybody hate me? Spend $3 million on some huge mansion?
He lives in a $3 million man. Well, last I checked, it was at least a few $1 million mansion. A log cabin mansion. And by the way, I just want to make sure, I just want to make sure that I say this because I always say this. Bitches buy log cabin mansions. A man builds a log cabin. A bitch buys a log cabin mansion. And that's petty and that's bitter of me to say, but that's how I feel. And I'm going with it.
And then everybody hates me? And what if things happen in the world and I can't make this kind of money anymore? Am I investing this money? Is real estate the best investment for somebody like me?
No, I love how he's going to try to justify that he's collected millions of dollars selling lies to people. But now he's going to develop free energy technology and anti-gravity and save the world. As if scamming all those people was somehow okay because I'm using the money for good things now. No, he's using the money to fuel his own ego. Hi, I'm the Science and Technology Director for Stavati Aerospace Company. Sure you are.
I had had a dream where my
A
grandfather
guy who can't work a microphone, right? Or a live stream setup is going to be the Director of Advanced Science and Technology for an aerospace company. No, he bought a title from a scammy investment scam aerospace company that has never produced a single aircraft.
urged me to join Stavati, and he was in aerospace. He had 86 patents, I believe. The most famous one is the turret for the helicopter, the axle that makes the wings spin up top. He's got a bulletproof turret around there.
Yeah, I haven't fact checked this, but even if David Wilcock's grandfather has, you know, done some work in the aerospace industry, it doesn't qualify David Wilcock to. He's not educated in engineering or science. He's got a bachelor's degree that his mommy and daddy paid for and paid his bills the whole time he was in college to get in psychology.
So that was his invention, and he did a lot of other stuff, military aerospace related. So he came to me in a dream and said, I want you to join this company. And that really is why I did it. I was certainly concerned about the same type of public ridicule that I would get from this Edgar Cayce information. It was not something I really wanted to do, to be involved in a military company at first. But Michael really insisted. And he also insisted that I not have a sense of shame about it. So, because people want to deliver that to you. But if you continue to exist in shame, then maybe you're only going to continue to spend 80 or 90 or 100 or 150 million dollars per aircraft, because everybody's so angry about it that it just happens in a dark area and nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I just want to mention
If you
this
can look-
too. You know, David Wilcock's plan is something like, well, you know, Lockheed Martin's charging $80 million for a fighter jet. We're going to make one for 25. Well, you got to convince the government to buy them, and they have contracts and a proven. Lockheed Martin has a proven track record. You think they're going to buy some junky, you know, I don't know, discount jet fighter from some company that's never produced a single aircraft? None of this makes any sense.
lower the cost by 400%, and this is one of the main things you spend money on in any nation's budget. That's a very, very significant humanitarian relief. You're freeing up money for education, for healthcare, for civic improvements, infrastructure, plumbing, water, sewage, new cities, new roads, new buildings. All of that type of stuff is made available to the people.
He hasn't
if you can
produced
lower
a
the
single
price of their
job
aircraft.
yet, right?
But
That's his
again,
pitch.
it was really the lure of
Like, I'm going to sell books about the Archangel Michael. That's the other thing. What member of the United States military is going to sign off on buying airplanes from the guy from Ancient Aliens who talks to angels and aliens all the time? Right? They're not going to do that, David. You're fooling yourself if you think that's even within the realm of possibility. Your involvement in that company, and by the way, we've detailed before, you know who else is involved in this scammy company? Bill McEwen of Amiga Incorporated, the guy who robbed the corpse of Commodore Amiga for over a decade and never produced anything. Yeah, that guy. He's the second in charge. Great business people you have around you. Do you even know Bill McEwen's history? Do you even have any idea of what he's been involved with?
the hovercraft that got me in when I said, yeah, we could do this patent and we could build this type of a technology. So after having been in this company for a while, and then I did these conferences and a surprising amount of money showed up, I decided to invest the money in Stavati because I'd now become involved in this, and we were trying to raise money and we were having horrible trouble. And that's sadly our entire.
Yeah, because people don't want to invest money with Bill McEwen, the Amiga scammy guy, and a company that's never produced a single aircraft in 20 years of operation, and the Ancient Aliens guy. Imagine that. People don't want to invest money in those people. By the way, I found the investor pitch video. It's hysterical. We're going to show it if we have time tonight.
Experience with the venture capital fundraising has just been complete heartache. And I think it's like 6 years now we've been doing this. Just complete heartache. Nothing has ever worked out. And I think that what we're starting to see in the banking system is evidentiary of why. And so when I had this liquidity come in, and we have a facility that we can acquire as part of a state grant to create jobs, and it's affordable enough that we can actually do it with the...
They haven't created a single job to my knowledge yet. They don't have a prototype, let alone something to manufacture. How are they creating jobs? They're not. This is all theater for David Wilcock's stupid followers. Oh, we're going to try to do great things with this company. Buy my shit.
The assets I have. I said, well, hell yeah, our company's a lot more substantial if we have a massive military facility, 180,000 square feet, 5 or 6 different buildings. I mean, they're huge. And it's all, barbed wire fence, and there's a security checkpoint, and there's this big, massive hangar in there with a 5-foot concrete roof, big enough to build just about anything you can imagine, including the largest aircrafts. So it was stunning, and we could prototype in there. So that's what I did. And that way, nobody can be angry at me about making money because I didn't go and do something stupid. I didn't go and spend it on myself. I spent it on creating jobs and trying to upgrade our civilization. So that's my commitment to the truth is so extreme that I took all my money and threw it into this. And it's been a very, very long road, but we have now basically pretty much given up on the fundraising community. There's maybe a few deals that might happen, but every single deal we've ever tried to do has not worked. So a lot of people have been complaining about, David talked about hover cars and he didn't do anything. Well, look, we've been trying. We've been working constantly.
You said you'd have a prototype within a year. You don't have shit.
Part of why I've been, not doing the public thing is, believe me, I'm very busy. But enough things are happening now that we have confidence that we might be able to bypass investors completely and just go right into purchase orders.
Oh, sure, we're going to bypass.
Some countries do not want to ever make an order unless you can already show them that you have at least $25 or $50 million in the bank, which we don't right now. So they're like, well, you're not a real company unless you have equity. Okay, the real estate isn't enough. The IP that we have from our designs and patents.
It's a possibility, Randy.
But other countries are stepping up, and none of this is stuff that we're announcing yet, but there are a large number of countries that are at least demonstrating interest, and I think everybody's waiting to see if we can really pull this off.
And no, you're not going to pull it off.
Nobody's going to do anything. But there might be a couple who are crossing the line enough to at least give us some development money. And if we get even, $15 million, which might sound like a lot, but in aerospace, it's piddly. A typical aerospace project, just to inaugurate any aerospace project, is at least $80 million normally. But we're trying to get this
really bleeding money,
really lean, get it started, create jobs. And so it's beginning to look like it's going to happen. And
that's exactly
there
what
are
happened.
3 major divisions of the company, and one of those divisions has hover car focus, and I'm going to be very intensely involved in this. The U.S. Navy declassified patents by Salvatore Pais, whose name, interestingly enough, means savior of our nation.
And here is his pitch. He thinks that he is going to steal somebody else's patents and make hover cars out of somebody else's patents. That's illegal. You can't just steal somebody's patented technology and build a commercial product and sell it, David Wilcock. That's illegal. Doesn't your company have a lawyer, like a patent attorney, who would tell you to shut up and stop publicly telling everybody that you're going to steal patents from the United States Navy to sell a commercial product? You cannot do this. You cannot do it. Ridiculous. That's his plan. Steal patents from the United States and steal their patented technology and develop his own version of their patented technology, which, by the way, Salvatore Pais left out the secret sauce in those patents. He's been very clear about that. They don't work without the secret sauce. Guess who doesn't have the secret sauce? David Wilcock, right?
and the Salvatore Pais patents describe anti-gravity through shooting energy down needles and then getting
Chris
thrust.
Beskar had nothing to do with that. He didn't get a
Chris
patent on
Beskar.
that. Pius and the United States Navy did. So Chris Beskar has no claim to that patented technology, and neither does David Wilcock. They're not allowed to just take a patent they don't own and use that technology to create a for-sale commercial product. This is all just theater for David's stupid followers.
Chris Beskar, and I'm going to leak some stuff.
Oh, he's going to leak some stuff about Chris Beskar, sure.
He designed classified aerospace projects, and he contacted ILM.
Yeah, this is where David Wilcock lies and says that Star Wars paid the CEO of the scammy aerospace company he gave millions of dollars to use his designs in the Star Wars prequels. No, I don't think so, David Wilcock, and we're going to fact check this.
And said, can you build me a full-size mock-up of this really crazy, scary-looking, amazing spaceship?
Why does he need a movie special effects company to design a mock-up for him? He's the world's greatest aerospace designer, according to David Wilcock. Shouldn't he be able to do a mock-up himself?
You've got inset lights, and they're the right colors, and it's all sexy and sleek, and it's full-size, and it looks exactly like the real thing. And so he sends this to them, and they ended up doing it, and he paid them with this classified contract money. And they're like, what in the hell is this? What's going on here? And he was able to tell them a little bit about what's going on, that these are real designs. And so I don't know if it's in the first... It is. I think it's in all three of the Star Wars prequels, including Episode 1, Phantom Menace. A preponderance of the designs that you see in the first three Star Wars prequels are actually real, and they're Chris's designs, and he licensed those visual illustrations to the ILM people.
You know that Lucasfilm has media people, and you are now saying that Disney... well, Lucasfilm at the time, paid this guy for his designs. Do you know how many designers the Star Wars empire employs? Why would they pay somebody for designs, right? And he's saying these are real spaceship designs, and they were put in the Phantom Menace and the prequels, the Star Wars prequels, right? This is absolute garbage. Do you think we can't fact check this? And what are you going to say when Industrial Light and Magic and Lucasfilm and Disney come back and say, you're lying? What are you going to say to your followers, right?
And as an honor for this, they named the Beskar armor after him.
Oh, yeah. The Mandalorian's armor was named after a scammy aerospace guy who for 20 years have been begging investors for money and hasn't made a single aircraft. They named the Mandalorian's armor after him. Hey, David Wilcock, do you know anything about Star Wars history? Do you know where the first mention of Beskar armor was? It was before the prequels, you dummy. So let's just examine this for a minute. Let's just unpack this. David Wilcock is saying that Chris Beskar, his CEO of that aerospace company he's going to build hover cars with, gave Lucasfilm designs for spaceships that they paid him for and used in the prequels. And they were so happy with using his designs that they then named the Beskar armor after Chris Beskar, after he gave them designs for the prequels. But Beskar armor and the whole stories of the Mandalorians was in the Star Wars Expanded Universe book series that was out in the late 80s, early 1990s. They named Beskar armor before you are even saying that they met this guy, you clown. And it's absolutely ridiculous. Beskar armor. Let's see if we can't find the first mention of that was, I believe, in the late 80s in the Star Wars Expanded Universe. The books that came out after the first three movies, which are really the second, episodes 4, 5, and 6, right? It's absolutely ridiculous that he would make a claim so reckless and so stupid and so easy to fact check as absolutely bullshit. Beskar armor was in novels about Star Wars after Return of the Jedi was released. David Wilcock, did you know that? Where are you getting these absolutely fantastical, ridiculous claims from? Because they're false claims. And if he would lie about something so stupid like this, do you think he wouldn't lie about talking to archangels and getting prophecies from angels that he's putting in books to sell to stupid people?
So that's the truth. And so, if, for example, if you look at Anakin Skywalker in the episode 1, where he's in this kind of drag race with various extraterrestrials, if you go back and actually watch it, you'll see that there's these hovering cans in the front of the craft. And then there's like chains that go back to a seat. And the cans are kind of like the thrust, and they're in the front. Well, that's actually part of the design. It turns out that you need to have two bulkheads coming out. You need to have two horns or two antenna.
They stole the design.
People
from
say,
him,
"Oh my God, horns are evil, antenna are evil." Well, no, it's what nature does. There's a whole lot of reasons why you need antenna. And in the case of the charge clusters, you can run the anti-gravity jets up and down along the lateral length of the bulkhead, and then you can steer. So you can steer this way, and now you're going to start going this way.
God.
You can steer this way and start.
Yeah, they stole the pod racing design. Star Wars stole that from Chris Beskar. Sure, they did.
Going this way, and it's dependent upon where the jets are, and that's why in Star Wars that the engines are in the front. And of course, the way they illustrate it doesn't necessarily look authentic, but so you do need to have, at least in this type of design,
my God,
you have to have a way to shunt that space out. And so some people were looking at the SM39.
Why would you lie about something so stupid?
Saying, "Oh,
like
it looks so unstable,
Star
it will fall apart." Actually, the two bulkheads on the sides that are as long as the fuselage, they increase the stability. Once it all gets put together, that actually helps it fly faster and fly longer. And that's going to be the fastest aircraft ever made with conventional propulsion. So when the Salvatore Pais patents came out and essentially leaked Chris's invention, if you will, it was fascinating. And so that's...
Hey, David Wilcock, we're going to get to Salvatore Pais, and we're going to ask him if he stole those patented technologies from Chris Beskar. And what are you going to say? What are you going to say when he refutes your claims? You're claiming that a real scientist stole this technology from Chris Beskar.
That's why, again, we're going to do a movie, Levitation, which covers this and some other...
Why do you got to do a movie? Why don't you just show us a working prototype, you clown?
Fascinating subjects, including...
That's going to be another big money grab.
Levitating saints in the Christian tradition and other traditions, Buddhist, Taoist, Zoroastrians, and whirling dervishes, Sufism, you name it. There's a lot of levitation.
Star Wars stole that too, yeah.
So starting this company was a big move, and I really have been the only force that kept it from dying for years financially.
Yeah, he's been shoveling money into this company to keep it afloat, and they're bleeding money. They have no products to sell. They have no profit potential, and this idiot is shoveling money into this ridiculous venture so that he can claim that he's going to build hover cars with this company that never built an airplane. Look, if they can't even, if it's an aerospace company and they can't manage to build a single airplane in 20 plus years of operation, what are the odds they're suddenly going to develop super advanced anti-gravity technology with free energy engines that you don't even need to put fuel in this thing? This is pie in the sky, absolute ridiculous nonsense.
Because we did have a few other capital raises that were small, but very few. So I think I've been predominantly the principal financier of this
Oh,
whole thing, and I had to
principal
carry it on my
financier.
back. And then
Yeah.
Chris comes out to my house, and we shot the disclosure, which was a 6-week. It eventually became 7 or 8 week course, where we talk through all of this stuff. We talk about the patents. And so at some point, hopefully not too distant future, I'm going to have my own network where you can watch this and you can watch the other launches that I did before that people had to pay for. Because
Oh
I don't
boy.
want you to have to go
I
back
can't
and pay
wait.
full price for all of them. As I start making money from doing things like aerospace, my goal is to try to reduce costs to the viewer and keep things at a more reasonable level, like doing just a basic Netflix type of business model. So that may be happening. It's definitely on my mind. I'm talking about it, thinking about it, and it's been on my mind for years. How do I do this? There's a lot of good video that I want you to be able to see. So that's in progress, and I won't say that we're there yet. It's further down the road. The immediate hurdle is getting through the Michael prophecies. So
All right.
Chris came out here. We shot the.
I'm sorry. I can't do this. We're going to call Chris Beskar right now, live on air, and ask him. We're going to ask him if what David Wilcock is saying here is true. So I don't know if they're going to pick up the phone, but we're going to call them right now, live on air. And we want to know if he stole the patents, the Salvador Pius patents, from him. It's in Minnesota.
Good afternoon. This is Chris Stavati.
Hey, is this Mr. Beskar?
This is Chris Beskar with Stavati. Yes.
Hi, Chris. You're live on Truthseekers, and we're previewing some things that David Wilcock said. He said that that Salvador Pius stole those patents from that technology, those anti-gravity patents from you. Is that true?
Oh, I have no comment about that. I haven't even contemplated that at all.
Okay, but he said that you developed that technology before him and that Salvador Pius based those patents on your technology.
Oh, I have no idea. That technology's probably been around for a long time.
All right. He also said that you designed spaceships that were in the Star Wars prequels and that you were paid licensing fees by Industrial Light and Magic. Is that accurate?
I have no comment about that.
You have no comment. Do you know he's out there making these claims about you and you're supposed to be the CEO of an aerospace company? He also claimed that they named the Beskar. Oh, come on, Chris. Come on, Chris. You and Bill McEwen are going to build anti-gravity hover cars. You were supposed to have a prototype already. He said you built spaceships for the United States government. Is that accurate?
I cannot comment on that.
Do you know what the consumer laws are? He sold a $333 course where you sat there and he said that you built spaceships for the United States government. Do you know what kind of liability that you're into right now?
Neither going to confirm or deny that, but I certainly am involved in those kinds of programs.
Really? And is there proof of that? There's proof you built spaceships? You haven't built a single aircraft in the, what, 2 decades that you've had an aerospace company that anybody can see, but you're building spaceships for the government?
Who is this again?
My name's Steven. We're with Truthseekers, and we fact check people like David Wilcock. Did you know he said that the Star Wars named Beskar armor from the Mandalorian after you? Is that accurate?
I believe it is accurate, yes.
Oh, come on, man. Really?
I am the Beskar who does that sort of thing, yes.
You are the Beskar that does that sort of thing.
Thank you very much for your phone call.
How much money did David Wilcock invest with you, Mr. Beskar? Hello? Hello? Yeah. Won't answer a single question. This clown is out there telling complete and total lies, and a CEO of an aerospace company has no comment. And you heard it here. He said, yes, Star Wars named the Mandalorian armor after him because he's Chris Beskar, right? Let's try calling him one more time. No, it's not going to work. He's not going to answer the phone.
Hello, you have reached Chris Chris Beskar asked about not available right now.
Well, there you go, friends. This is what happens when you live fact check David Wilcock's lies. The aerospace CEO refuses to comment. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Great. Well, let's continue with this ridiculous video then. And then we're going to fact check those things with Salvador Pius, and we're going to fact check them with Lucasfilm. And we're going to see if any of this is accurate, right?
The disclosure, there's some really, really amazing stuff in there that covers so
Amazing
many
he
different
answered the phone
topics,
anyway.
including all the material about exotic metamaterials, quasi-crystals,
I'm going to have to get a
geometry
burner phone.
inside microscopic molecules, what happens when you have those things, which could be called microclusters, for example. They repel charge from going inside. They have incredible durability.
I'm not
And
getting in
it
any
turns
trouble.
out that with certain
We're doing
types
our
of
job here,
quasi-crystals, if
Jewel
you electrify them,
Chick-Arlene.
you get
We're
anti-gravity.
fact checking.
The shape of the material causes little orbs of charge clusters to come off, just like Dr. Shoulders discovered. So there are certain materials
Probably, yes,
that will create
probably.
levitation just by electrifying them. And that apparently is one of the technologies that was on some of the stealth designs. And this is one of the technologies that was leaked to Art Bell and was called Art's Parts, where he describes a compound
he
that
said they named
has
it after him.
bismuth in it. That's one of the key alloys.
Here, David Wilcock lies again, and he says that Art's Parts, if you apply an electrical charge to him, they float. Listen, if that was true, all of the scammy people that were involved with Art's Parts, from Linda Moulton Howe to Tom DeLonge, would have shown people shit floating. They never did. Art's Parts is most likely, it is industrial byproduct. It wasn't aliens. In fact, Linda Moulton Howe fired the first guy who told her that those were normal, earthly, ordinary materials. She just kept hiring science guys until somebody would say that they were displaying unusual characteristics.
And if you electrify this bismuth alloy, it starts levitating. Well, that's true. It works.
No, it doesn't work. They never showed anything levitating, you clown.
Because the bismuth shoots out charge clusters as it gets energized. The sacred geometry creates the needle points that you need to roll off and create charge clusters, and that's what nature does. So there's some really cool stuff you can do with exotic metamaterials.
Exactly.
And that's one
We're
of the
here
really
to fact
exciting
check
things
these
about
people.
aerospace is how the big money that's being spent on developing new stealth coatings and new radar evasion technologies and hypersonic technologies, all this kind of stuff. As that technology gets developed, it has incredible consumer spin-offs, which include power plants. So,
oh yeah, he's going to make free energy power plants too.
One of the things that we're hoping to do, and I'm going to take a drink of water. I'm very thirsty. You want to see your comments again here? Here they are.
Yeah, and by the way, this man collected thousands of dollars in super chats during this broadcast. He didn't thank a single person. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? And by the way, we read every single super chat. I don't know that we missed any. Let me make sure that we didn't miss any. If I did, I apologize. We read every single super chat. We thank every single person for their kindness, their generosity, and their support of the show. Oh, we did. Did we miss? How do we miss all these? No, this has to be from yesterday. That's weird. Why is it saying it's from today? Yeah, we'll check back in with that in a moment. But what I wanted to say is, this is why scammers telling false fairy tales like, my CEO worked for Lucasfilm and designed the spaceships in the first 3 prequels. This is why he gets away with it. Because nobody has the balls to pick up the phone and fact check them. We just did it live on the air right here. And that's what needs to be done. If this guy is going to go out on the internet publicly and tell tall tales, somebody should go out and call those people that he's telling tall tales about and fact check them. Why would Chris Beskar not comment on that stuff? Come on. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. but I'm pretty sure David Wilcock's going to hear from his CEO. They're probably on the phone right now.
It's always moving. No lithium. Don't worry, we're not going to use lithium if we can avoid it. There's power plant technologies that are very amazing. They're safe, they're easy to use. So what we're planning on doing, hopefully, is having a device that creates, let's say, 50 kilowatts, which is more than enough to run your house. And it costs $5,000.
Yeah, we did get some super chats. I missed them somehow. How did I miss them?
One of the things that we're looking at possibly doing, I don't know which one we're going to do, but one of them is the thorium reactor. And if we use thorium, believe it or not, I guess it was World
This
Book
guy who can't
Encyclopedia
this guy who can't work a microphone is going to build a thorium reactor.
All these agents went around the country and ripped out the T page on thorium because it was discovered that you can make energy with thorium without radioactivity, basically cold fusion. And it works a lot better than the Pons and Fleischmann method, by the way. The thorium reactor, we would have to create a thorium fuel, which currently involves the use of high energy particle accelerators. We would have to redesign that system to be able to do it in bulk. But that fuel could become very inexpensive if we designed it in bulk. And then in that case, if you have a thorium design,
oh my God,
no radiation, it's totally
thorium
safe.
reactors
if it breaks
now.
open, you're not in any danger.
He's building thorium reactors now. All right,
now
now I figured out
the reaction to
I don't know how I missed these, so I apologize. Let's stop screen for a second and let's share the super chats that we have gotten here. We have Storm Crow was last night. I don't know why, but it's saying April 10th for yesterday and today. But I guess those were after midnight maybe. So we want to thank Mike D, who's kind and generous $5 super chat, who says a year of free living courtesy of donating fools. Yeah, he just took the past 18 months off. He hasn't worked, right? Or a year and a half off. Complizaire with a kind and generous €10, says Stephen Brudda. So me should not take a bath in my own UP for disclosure. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and blacklist it with a kind and generous Great Britain pounds, $5, 5 pounds, and a kind and generous super sticker. I'm sorry. Oh, let's do it bigger here. So I'm sorry that I missed your super chats all. We read every single super chat and thank all of you. We want to thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. And we thank all of you kind and generous members as well, and Patreon supporters. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All of you. Now, I'm going to be monitoring the live chat, so going forward, I apologize if I did not share it on the screen. For the rest of the broadcast, we will share every single super chat on the screen, and we will thank you live. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And by the way, I should mention to you Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members, I just uploaded before tonight's broadcast a new music album. It's called Stephen Cambion, The Phoenix Files, and it is available for free if you are a member of our YouTube channel here or a Patreon supporter. And that will be released publicly very soon. I don't know, in the next week or so. But to those who have asked, that album is out now for members and Patreon supporters. A little extra goodies for you kind and generous supporters.
Does not create radiation, but it does create energy. So the thorium reactor we might do.
Man, we got another hour of
this.
This
Wouldn't even
I
require.
don't know if we're going to make it.
Just run. And there's magnetic design.
I don't know if we're going to make it. Going to make it an
so
hour.
Part of what my job is going to be
another hour of this.
Figure out which of these technologies is the most environmentally friendly, isn't going to create toxic runoff, isn't going to do damage.
Yeah, that's his job in the company, is to be woke. And come on, David Wilcock, you don't know anything about thorium reactors. You don't know anything about free energy technology except what you've read on the internet, which is the same thing anybody interested in these things knows. It's all on the internet. You don't have any personal insight into real technology.
To you, if it's turned on, there are some types of energy devices that create adverse health effects, which we certainly do not want. And so either way, the goal is to get it down to about $5,000.
Thorium, your advance are next.
Your house just runs. It's similar to having solar panels, except that you don't have to worry about the sun.
Yeah, he's going to sell free energy generators for $5,000. Good luck with that, David Wilcock.
Running out of energy.
And by the way, I just want to mention that in the history of free energy scams, nobody has ever produced a working device. But David Wilcock's going to be different, right? Sure he is.
Or that there's clouds or snow or anything like that. In this case, there would probably also be a great number of jobs created for the utility companies as they begin working to transition us from wired power to in-home installations. So there's going to be an enormous, enormous job market for in-home installations to get.
And this is all pie in the sky. Yeah, if you have a working device and you don't.
Get the $5,000 50 kilowatt device hooked up to your circuit breaker so that your house is now being powered. But I want you to think about this. You have become financially independent. Once you have that device, once it's paid off, you don't have to ever pay an energy bill again. You don't ever have to worry about running out of money getting the lights turned off. So that's incredible.
Yeah. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. David Wilcock is promising everybody pie in the sky. You won't have to work anymore because you won't have to pay for energy. You know, the old adage, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. You know, all scams are things that sound too good to be true.
To have that freedom where your cost of living is going to go down so much, because something like 75 to 80% of the money that we spend is on heating and cooling and various fuels. And that would include gas money for driving. That would include air conditioning and heat in the winter. So if you can heat your home, if you can cool your home, and you're not paying for it, that puts like 80% of the money that you earn back in your pocket. And that gives you freedom where you can start saving money. And then when we have the hover car technology, the technology, we know it works. It's already been done in the inside world. And the Navy declassified this specifically to save our nation, hence Salvator Pius, savior of our nation. This looked like low-hanging fruit to me. I said, let's build this patent. So there may be...
You can't build a patent that you do not own, right? You can't build a patent that you do not own. You can't build a commercial product on patents that you don't own the rights to, David Wilcock.
Aspects of the Salvator Pius patent that we use. Now, the hover car is also a very fascinating topic because there are some technologies that most people don't know about that are going to go into its construction. For example, if you look at volcanic glass,
Oh my God.
that type of material is known as basalt.
Yeah, and you know, listen, and if somebody is telling you lies, they tend to over embellish and give you far too many stupid details that don't matter. Who cares what the thing is constructed out of? Does it float? Does it have working anti-gravity technology? Then who cares? But he's going to talk for 20 minutes about volcanic glass that they're going to use to make this thing. Come on.
And there's basalt everywhere. It turns out that because basalt is something that directly crystallized out of a very intensely heated molten material, that when you mess around with basalt, you can get quasi-crystals. You can get the same type of exotic matter physics
Buzzwords.
I was talking about with the business,
Buzzwords.
the arts parts, where if you electrify arts parts, they lift up off the table. Well, that's one of the things.
No, they don't.
Do with
No, they don't. Nobody ever showed arts parts levitating. They said they might, but they never showed anything. Don't you think that people that were pushing those would have done that if they could? They never did. There's a reason they never did, because that was metal junk. It was not metamaterials. It was not alien materials. It was metal junk. And even Art Bell said that it was nothing burger.
These
he gave the junk to Linda.
Made from volcanic basalt. They also are the secret to developing the type of materials that you've heard about in crashed UFOs, where the
Oh my
material
God! Yeah, the
cannot be cut, it
metamaterials.
cannot be bent, it cannot be burned, but it is very, very lightweight. That's
Sure it
the
is.
secret. Because it was already molten in the volcano, you can make it into a quasi-crystalline lattice where it has incredible hardness and is very, very lightweight. So apparently the manufacturing technology that we're going to start using for the hover car is that we're going to print them, 3D print them out of volcanic basalt. So the materials are cheap. It's
You
going to
can't 3D print that material, David Wilcock. You're going to invent your own 3D printers that print in volcanic glass? Come on, dude.
require new machines, new tooling. They've
Yeah,
already
new
done it
machines,
before,
new
believe me.
tooling. This guy said he was going to have a prototype in a year. Now he's got to build special 3D printers to 3D print volcanic glass. Talk about pie in the sky, tall tales, fantastical fairy tales.
But we're going to be doing it openly. And so our original plan with Stavati was that we acquire this facility in Niagara Falls, maybe another facility in the area, and we go into manufacturing and we create a new city in Wheatfield Business Park, which is immediately north of where the plant is.
By the way, I just want to mention we're up to an hour and 42 minutes in, and we haven't heard any of these startling prophecies from the Archangel Michael yet. An hour and 42 minutes of him rambling about his pie in the sky, fantastical tall tale, fairy tale plans of being the father of anti-gravity.
That we actually create, roads and septic and electric, and we create housing. And we have different types of housing for different types of budgets. And we're going to have high-end jobs that pay well and give you a solid future and rejuvenate the economy of Western New York. In the past week, we've had some very exciting progress towards this goal being realized.
Yeah, we don't have prototypes like we promised yet, but we've got progress. And we want to thank Compliziert for his kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and also for being a YouTube channel member. We love it. We love the support. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. That's it. We're under deep state attack. That's what it is. We're under attack. No, I got a sticky mouse. That's what it is. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cat.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I hope we can make it through the broadcast here. Thank you, Compliziert. Much, much appreciated. Oops. Yeah. Let's get back to this. We got a lot to go still, unfortunately.
We still have never gotten any money, but I think that's going to happen. So
yeah, they're milking David Wilcock for
when
money.
that starts to happen, when that starts to kick off, I will probably.
David Wilcock gets to brag that he's the advanced science and technology director of an aerospace company. And all he has to do is give some company that's never produced anything millions of dollars, apparently, to get bragging rights.
End up spending a good bit of time in Niagara Falls. I'll probably have a house there. So I've been very deeply involved in this.
You send him money. He's got to buy a new house, guys.
And I really wanted to have something for you by 2017, 2018, because once we're funded, we're going to have a working prototype in 1 year. And so everybody.
That's the qualifier now. Now he's got an out. His out is, well, we didn't get funded, so we couldn't build the prototypes.
He tries to say that this is BS and that you
yeah,
guys
I'm saying it's
up,
BS and you made it up. And it's all nonsense.
There's been a very consistent through line throughout my entire career, going back to the 1990s, of meeting insiders, talking to them,
his
hearing
insiders,
what they have to say,
meeting frauds.
So much of this information online, in books, over many, many years, ever since I first got online. So this is something that's been involved.
You're
for many
right.
years.
He's using
Pete
his
Peterson
superpower
was
against
very
us.
Incredible things, 2009, 2010.
Yeah, his insiders, like Pete Peterson, who we've covered, a complete and total fraud. Pete Peterson was a fraud, David Wilcock. You've been pushing a fraud for more than a decade.
Jacob was leaking incredible things.
Jacob,
we had,
another
also,
anonymous source. Great.
Henry Deacon gave me some
Henry
very
Deacon's
credible
a
stuff
scammer and a
about going to
fraudster.
Mars and about various extraterrestrial races that he had met.
That's what
And
happened.
these were widely distributed in very popular radio shows and articles that I wrote, books that I wrote, videos that I made, public conferen's that I gave. This is what I do.
I'm pretty sure that I
Leak
spilled
inside intel.
like something on it. It's not what you think.
So
I promise.
eventually, the only logical place for me to go is to say, look, if the U.S. military is following through with a plan, which Pete told me about in 2009, this plan to arrest the bad guys, bring out this forbidden technology they do not want you to have.
Oh, the mass arrests that never happened.
I want to be part of that plan.
You want to be part of the mass arrests that never happened?
To save humanity.
He's going to save humanity. Just buy my crap and I will save humanity.
So we have a whole plan with 22 different colleges and universities in New York State where they will
Do you see what I mean about this obsessive level of detail? Look, people don't care, David Wilcock. They care that you said you'd have a working prototype in a year. That was a year and a half ago. You don't have anything to show people. You have more pie in the sky plans. Right now, he's got to build whole new kind of 3D printers to 3D print volcanic glass. He's got to create machines that do not exist in order for his plans to even work.
An associate's degree
It's
program
ridiculous.
to high school students.
Now he's getting an education.
And or you can get the degree by going to the college and getting.
He's going to teach college kids to build hover cars. Sure.
You do need some training to build, to have a high-tech job. And we need high-tech jobs coming back to America. We can't have those jobs going overseas. America has technology that nobody else expects to see yet. And so if we create that technology here, the jobs are created here, we can also rejuvenate our economy.
It's going to save Earth.
If you have a power plant that costs $5,000 and every single American household wants to have one,
my God,
that's an enormous economic stimulus that is totally conversant with something like developing the nuclear bomb and the Manhattan Project.
I agree, Davina, and thanks for being a member.
Militarizing American society in World War II, where you have, women out there making artillery ships.
Good point, right?
Happened right in Schenectady, New York.
If he's so psychic, why didn't he know that Corey Goode had never been to space? Right? Mr. Psychic didn't know that Corey Goode has never been to space?
Caused by World War II. And then they pulled out after World War II and the job market collapsed. My dad lost his job at GE in the 1970s more than once. He got laid off, unemployed. And this is a story throughout America. So I have to give full credit to President Donald J. Trump for coming out with something that is probably the most significant event of my life when he announced Agenda 47. He has mentioned in this plan that he intends to build up to 10 cities based upon proposals that people give they're going to release tracts of federal land that are now, it's less than 1% of the land, but this is exactly what I was talking about. There's all this undeveloped land out there. And if you have hover cars, you can go visit
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
So Trump
his
and
brother
his people took it way beyond
Obi-Wan,
anything that I had envisioned.
Remember.
Because we're just doing it with one city. We have 22 colleges. You get an associate's degree.
Thanks for reminding everybody.
We'll pay for you to get the degree. You just have to work for 4 years while making lots of money. But you just have to commit to the 4 years. So that's kind of how it works.
It is
you
quite
get
the update,
your education paid for. You get a good paying job. And then in 4 years of doing the job, you're totally debt free. So now to see this come out where it could be 10 cities across
He has been
America,
talking about mass arrests for decades.
Look at what he said. He specifically mentions hover cars. Now, a lot of people laughed at this because they think of hover cars as what Chris and I call the flying lawnmower, a bunch of whirling lawnmower blades. You do not want that. That's going to chop people's arms and legs and heads off. Some people might want that, but we don't really want joyriders going around with a hover car that's got a bunch of spinning blades. If you have ducted fans, you can have the duct around the outside of the blades, but they're still really, really dangerous. Birds can fly in there and get chopped up. So the part that Trump didn't really say yet is that the hover car technology is based on the declassified Navy patents from Salvatore Pais, which in turn come from Dr. Kenneth Shoulders and Chris Beskar collaborating on an invention. And
there's no evidence that Chris Beskar had anything to do with those patents.
One of the things that we have is the SM-36 Stelma, which is a jet that levitates off of the ground. It'll be a vertical takeoff with no jets, no
like
fans.
the ridiculousness of this. Like he's building Thor thorium reactors. He's building 3D printers that could print volcanic glass. He's creating free energy power plants that will only cost $5,000. You know, at some point, this is like the guy in the bar that just won't shut up and is telling tall tales. And after a while, everybody in the bar, like, you know, tells him to shut the F up after a while. Like, you're building thorium reactors. You're creating 3D printers that don't exist right now that can print in volcanic glass. You're creating free energy devices that will save Earth, and you're creating hover cars, right? But what does he actually have to show us right now? Nothing. An empty airplane hangar.
No blown air. It just goes, it rises up and then off it goes. And as I've said before, our hover car design works pretty much the same way. It's going to have wings that fold down. You use the air.
Obsessive detail about things that don't
traveling
exist.
Speed of 250 miles an hour. We have flight altitude of 2,500 feet, so we're below regulation airspace for airplanes. We're not going. These craft will not be able to go into space, and they will not be able to go faster than 250. But 250 is almost as fast as a typical jet flight. And so you'll be able to travel
almost as fast as a typical jet flight.
The way in which it can change people's lifestyle is totally amazing.
Cruising speed for a typical jet is just under the speed of sound.
And hover cars are available. You could potentially be working to develop that new city while still having another property somewhere else, and traveling to that new city by hover car.
Golden fountains
to help work this out, because this is obviously a long-term plan. And also, what Trump is calling Agenda 47 is something that Pete was telling me about in another film all the way back.
Yeah, mini black holes. Absolutely.
The U.S. military is not at all this ridiculous caricature of the My Lai Vietnam massacre like we see in the new Avatar movie, which I couldn't even watch. Once they're going to go harpoon whales, I'm like, no, I'm done, man.
Oh, God forbid they harpoon a whale.
This is not my vision of the military. My vision of the military is a peacekeeping force that does not.
Oh, my God. Well, the good news is we have no bull truth. Breaking up the monotony of the cavalcade of bull from David Wilcock's fake lying through his fake teeth says, love seeing you keep the grifters and intelligence agencies at bay, my friend. Keep it up. Last battle is against technology, Steve. Praise the cash. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Longtime show supporter.
Ethical atrocities whatsoever that is involved in saving us from people who want to do these things. And what's one of the biggest rigged things they got going? It's energy, making you overpay. For
good
electricity,
idea.
For home heating and cooling, for the fuel in your car, et cetera, et cetera.
Now he's going to give the free energy pitch that all free energy scammers give. You shouldn't have to pay for fuel for your car. You shouldn't have to pay for heat for your home. You shouldn't have to pay for anything. Energy is free. We just can't show you a working device, because in the history of free energy scams, not one person has ever shown a working device.
So if you are given technology that gives you freedom, they don't like that, because that means it's the freedom from paying them money. And they want you to keep paying them money. Same free
energy scam that every free energy scammer
this is how it works
in the history of free energy scams has given.
Where I am today,
a utopian world where you don't have to pay for energy, so you'll have all this free time and extra money to do things you want to do, and you won't be a slave to the system anymore. Every free energy scammer gives the same pitch.
I'm founding this aerospace company. It's very fascinating. It's fun. There's a lot of things going on. The money has been completely non-existent up until now. And therefore, I've been really running on fumes because, as you know, for a year now, I've done no videos. I've only done videos where I'm not seen. I'm filming my turkeys and things on the land here.
And here comes the pity party, send me money pitch.
And I had a very intense process to move through in the course of getting a divorce and all of the emotional issues that come up when you're no longer in a romantic partnership, you're alone, which I really was avoiding. You know, I was avoiding being alone. I was avoiding dealing with the pain of death threats that I'd received about being Edgar Casey reincarnated allegedly. I avoided the
That was
pain of
20
having
years ago.
thousands and thousands and thousands of people hunt me and stalk me and create the most outrageous hatred online.
Thousands and thousands of people are stalking him online. You got any police reports about that? Or you just, yeah, this is my information is so important that I'm getting death threats pitch. Stephen Greer does it. David Wilcock does it. Corey Good, I believe, has done it, right? My information is so important. I'm getting death threats. Yeah, because people want to threaten your life because you're telling fairy tales on the internet. Sure, David Wilcock.
And yeah, people want me to talk about what happened with Corey Good. Okay,
Here, now we're getting to the
Corey
good stuff.
had a court deposition that was illegally leaked. He is in lawsuits with various former associates. And in his court testimony,
by the way, it was not illegally leaked. This is completely and totally factually inaccurate. David Wilcock is lying to his audience and lying to everyone. Do you know how I know they were not illegally leaked? Because I'm the person that those depositions were leaked to. And I will not comment on who leaked those depositions to me. In fact, I have said that even under subpoena, I will not reveal who leaked those depositions to me. In the state of Pennsylvania, where I live and my business resides, there is a journalist shield law, which says I don't have to reveal sources, even under threat of subpoena. I have famously said it, and I stand by what I have said. They can take me out of here in handcuffs. I will never reveal the source of who leaked those depositions to me. They were not illegally leaked. Corey Good's lawyer thought that the entire depositions would be marked confidential. That's not how the law works. She had to specify with timestamps every confidential bit of the deposition. She failed to do that. Therefore, it's a public hearing. Those were not leaked illegally. If they were leaked illegally, they wouldn't be on YouTube this entire time. YouTube would take those down. They're not just on our channel here. Last I checked, those depositions are on more than 20 or 25 different YouTube channels. If those depositions were leaked illegally, YouTube would take them down. Corey Good could force YouTube to take them down. He can't because they were not leaked illegally. And shame on David Wilcock for lying through his fake teeth to everyone. Because right now, he is damaging my reputation, saying that I did something illegal in order to release those depositions. And that, David Wilcock, is completely and totally factually inaccurate. How dare you damage my reputation as a journalist by saying completely false statements? Now, we're going to hear him talk about the content. And boy, look at that face. He's not happy about Corey Good admitting under oath that he's never even been to space. Because now we get the revelation that not only has he used Pete Peterson, the complete and total fake government whistleblower that never worked for the government, he spent 5 years of his life telling fairy tales with Corey Good, who then admitted under oath that he's never even been to space. Kind of hard to be a secret space program insider when you've never been to space and you just spent the last 5 years telling people Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy space stories about your space adventures, but you've never been to space. So David Wilcock is proven to be a clown again, wasting 5 years of his life telling people fairy tales about the secret space program and aliens and space battles and time travel with a guy who admitted under oath he's never been to space.
And he says it's for the purpose of, what are you going to do if you're out there saying that you were contacted by extraterrestrials?
Now he's justifying lying under
completely
oath.
Discredited. So his decision, as he explained it to me,
that's a crime,
was to
David
say
Wilcock.
that he made it all up. Or that's not really the right way of saying it. If you watch the video, he says that There were experiences that he had in his childhood that he feels are authentic, and that he also created information as well. Now, this was a big issue for years.
So he made up information. He made up stories that were not true.
Because Pete
He admitted
Peterson
that
didn't
under
believe
oath.
anything that Corey was saying, and yet
My fake government whistleblower, senile old man that I took advantage of didn't believe Corey Good.
I went forward with the show anyway. I believe that Corey was telling me the truth, and there are aspects of his story that do ring true. So
Aspects of his story that ring true. So it's okay to lie and tell people fairy tales for years if some of the information rings true. This is the worst cop-out I've ever heard one of these cosmic con artists. You got caught with your pants down, David Wilcock, and it's not a good look for you. You spent 5 years selling people fairy tales from a fake secret space program clown who admitted under oath he'd never been to space. Did you give all that money back? Did you give the money back for all those courses and shit that you were selling that involved Corey Good's fake information?
then we have to get into a question of, well, what is channeling, and how would you know if what you're doing is really authentic or not? Well, certainly when we talk to somebody like a Pete Peterson,
A fake whistleblower.
he says that there are many, many aspects of what Corey said that don't match up with what they've heard. And so as a result of
Graphic
what
novel.
has happened,
Yeah.
this video was leaked against Corey's will. This is a very important point. It was leaked illegally.
Again, it was not, it might have been leaked against his will. And listen, even David Wilcock admits that Corey Good thought that no one would ever hear or see those depositions. He thought he could lie under oath or say all those things under oath, that he'd never been to space and that these were works of fiction. This is his intellectual property that he made up, and that anybody that believes this is delusional. Corey Good thought no one would ever see any of those depositions, but by the grace of God, those were leaked, and we published them. And I stand by our decision to do that. It was in the public's best interests to publish those, and we did nothing illegal. So for the second time now, David Wilcock has lied and said that we did something illegal publishing those. If we did something illegal, YouTube would take them down. They haven't, because publishing those depositions was completely and totally legal. To the best of my knowledge, research and advice from counsel, we were well within legal parameters to publish those, and we did so. And now everybody knows that you, David Wilcock, spent 5 years of your life pushing provable lies. There's only two possibilities. Either Corey Good was lying the whole time he was working with this clown, or Corey Good was lying under oath. Either way, David Wilcock spent 5 years of his life pushing secret space program science fiction fantasy stories that weren't true stories as they were claimed when they were selling them. There was nothing illegal that happened in releasing those videos. David Wilcock is now attacking my character and damaging my reputation as a journalist, claiming that I did something illegal to either obtain, leak, or publish those depositions. That is 100% factually inaccurate.
Nobody was supposed to see this, although if you're going to make these statements under sworn deposition,
Nobody was supposed to see it. See? Nobody was supposed to see that stuff. David Wilcock admits that Corey Good believed that no one would ever see or hear that stuff.
There's all these comments I'm seeing coming in. Oh, you need to defame Corey. You need to swear against him and all this stuff. It's like, wait a minute. I would have never done that.
And by the way, it's long been rumored that Corey Good has some kind of dirt on David Wilcock that keeps him from, turncoating on him.
I would have never blended. If what he's saying in his deposition is true, that's not how I worked. I've never done that. But At the same
Sure you have. You have accepted testimony of complete and total frauds in the past in the form of Bill Brockrader, a court-martialed child molester, in the form of Pete Peterson, a fake government whistleblower who you claimed worked for Ronald Reagan who never did. Corey Good is just the latest in a long line of your fake whistleblowers that you milk for fake stories to sell stupid people.
time, he had such a strong desire to get this information out. And when I've talked to people in our company, one of the things we all agree on, pretty much all of us agree on, is that it was in the vicinity of truth. It was
Could be.
heavily referencing all these different.
Oh, it's in the
things that were
vicinity
true
of
that had
truth.
already been leaked.
It's not true,
And
but it's in the
Corey had
vicinity of
optimum
truth.
timeline, which was this idea that something happened where we didn't have a solar flash in 2012, as my research had led me to conclude. So
You're right.
the optimum timeline is a very big part of the Michael prophecies. And the Michael prophecies, again, is something that started coming in 1996 and it lasted through 1999.
Oh, by the way, we have to take a pause here again. Yeah, depositions are rarely sealed. There is nothing wrong with what you did. I agree. I didn't do anything wrong. And for David Wilcock to suggest that I'm doing illegal things is damaging to my reputation. And I'm going to send him a legal letter demanding that he take this video down and retract those statements. Two can play at the legal threat letter game, right? And further, in his first book, the Archangel Michael signs off that Corey Good's telling the truth about the blue avians and all this other stuff. More proof that he's not talking to an angel, because why would an angel sign off on a secret space program scammer who admitted under oath that he's never been to space? This is a real problem for David Wilcock. He put in his book that the Archangel Michael signed off on Corey Good's bullshit. This is a big problem for you, David Wilcock. You're not going to weasel out of this one so easily. Boy, he doesn't look happy here. He really doesn't look happy here, does he? Trying to weasel his way out of spending 5 years pushing fake stories from a fake whistleblower again. And that's just another fake whistleblower. You've got a history of fake whistleblowers, you clown.
Around the same time that Chris came out here and we did this show called The Disclosure, that's when the divorce was happening. And so it was a very upsetting and difficult time in my life. And that's when I found these prophecies in the Michael readings from the 1990s that were very, very dialed in to our present. So I made a series of YouTube videos that you can go watch back in the collection here. We're probably going to try to move the animal videos somewhere else, so everything will be easy to find. But in the previous videos, I talked about these prophecies, and it was very amazing how prophetic
It wasn't
they were,
amazing
and
at
that
all.
has continued. After
They're not
my divorce, I
prophecies,
really
they're
just
drivel.
needed to take a break, and Michael then ends up telling me as of last May that until I finish at least some of the books, I can't go back on video. That was a divine punishment or assignment, if you will. It was very difficult.
Yep.
It's easy for any of us to build an identity around being a public figure. I like public speaking. I feel that I'm very verbally articulate. I like to do that. And
In other words, he likes to hear himself talk. All the foolish people who sent him money, I did not hear one thank you, awful person. He collected, I stopped counting, but I think it was a few $1,000s in super chats from this one broadcast, which is more than we can make in a month or two. Not that I'm complaining, because we don't lie to people. And we're not taking advantage of people selling lies to get people to send us money, right? But interestingly, David Wilcock collected thousands of dollars during this broadcast and didn't thank a single person, or even just do a general thank you for the super chats.
convey information in this way. And so to
To
completely
my
walk
knowledge,
away from
I
this,
didn't
I
hear
had
this whole thing
cobwebs
yet.
on
Maybe
these
he did.
cameras.
I
I
don't
had
think
dust
so.
on these cameras. I had to clean them all off. I had to take down all these things I'd hung over everything so you don't even really see it anymore. And now here we are. I'm
The
back
urine
online. I got a
prophecies.
sizzle jacket, and this is good. So let's
Nothing
talk
says
just
talking to
little bit.
angels
I'm
like
at
a
the 2-hour
sequin
mark,
jacket,
and
right?
I really don't want to go any farther than this, so I got to cut this off very soon.
And he does another 40 minutes after this. Oh, sorry, friends. Let me let's cue this. I apologize. And guess what ads are playing? Falun Gong ads from that Chinese ballet. Remember, the Falun Gong backed him. All right, let's get back to it. 1 second. We'll put it back on the screen. This is Fair Use, Transformative Work. We're educating the public about New Age guru scammer David Wilcock.
The Michael prophecies, I ended up being given an assignment that I had to go through all of my journals from 96 through 99, comb through them, find all the readings that are relevant to what's going on now, and put them into these books. It started out as
In other words, he's cherry picking, trying to connect the dots.
3 volumes, 97, 98, 99. And then 98 and 99 were so large that they ended up expanding into double volumes.
Ooh,
So now there's 5 volumes. And I am writing in at least all but one of them, big author's preface sections that are very fascinating, in which I have had some information that I felt was so scary and contentious and
Who talks like this? I wrote these things and they were so fascinating. You know, like he's sitting here. It's like he's sitting here jerking himself off. It's ridiculous.
cases like
This guy's ego knows no
solar
boundaries.
flash and Satanism.
Oh,
and
the solar
demons.
flash again.
I never wanted to publish this stuff before. And I honestly didn't know if I really believed in the demonic either. I mean, I'd seen these
Good
sources,
idea,
but I'm like,
DJDs.
I just don't know if this stuff really rings true. I found out in the last year, part of the briefings I got in 2021.
You're
around the
right.
time of
Red Brick
disclosure,
Investigations makes no
that,
sense.
it turns out that if you practice certain very sadistic rituals involving the
Sizzle
offering of
jacket.
a human life,
Yes.
and you do it the right way,
Oh, human
that
sacrifice.
you can get a mass hallucination that appears to kill the victim. And in my book, I give some evidence that suggests that it might be a mass telekinetic murder. And there's nothing
You're
actually
right,
there,
Foxy's friends.
because one of the witnesses who saw this saw an animal being levitated and killed with no visible thing in the area.
Where is he getting this?
So whatever this
Levitating
demonic
murdered
thing is,
animals.
we don't really know. We don't really know if they're real beings or if they're hallucinations. And it does appear that they look different to different people in the room. But these entities,
I
if
saw
you will,
that, yeah.
develop some type of self-awareness, some type of consciousness. And when a demon shows up, it's always in need. It's hungry, it's angry, it wants you to help it. And
Yeah,
so-
and maybe what you're talking to is a demon, David Wilcock, and not an angel. Because an angel doesn't need you to do anything, but an angel is giving you assignments and telling you what to do and advising you that it's some other entity first lying to you. That's a demonic entity, you dummy. That's not an angel.
So apparently the Mephistopheles deal with the devil, bargain with the devil, getting demonic power, that stuff works and people are doing it.
Wet lives matter.
So that really needs to be stopped. And then you find out that not only is the evil side bigger and more real than we thought, but so is the good.
Gross.
Somehow Edgar
Gross.
Casey levitated off of the ground and channeled through this Archangel Michael, and eventually in
Needy demons
1999,
need
that's what the
cash.
source
Yes.
declared that it was with me. So it's been a horrible amount of work. I mean, honestly, like I really don't ever want to do anything like this again. I'm so tired.
Buddy.
I'm so tired of writing these books.
He took a bunch of shit that he wrote between 1996 and 1999 and wrote some other stuff, and he's making thousands of dollars, and he's having a pity party. Oh, it's so
tired of
difficult.
having carpal tunnel syndrome.
I'm getting
I don't
carpal
have my
tunnel
right
syndrome from writing books so much.
hand not work right.
His hand's
And I
not
finally
working
might-
right. Yeah. I have an idea why I know why his hands might not be working right.
Take a look. We gotta get back on video. I just can't do this anymore. And so I'm almost done with the third book, which was originally all it was going to be is 3. So again, we're giving you a $22 discount off the price, $77 if you type in
Oh, here's the
Ascensions, and
pitch.
the website is thedisclosure.com.
Discount bullshit.
At this point, I am
That's great.
very,
Discount
very
on the
financially
BS.
imperiled. So you coming forward, stepping forward, helping me with
I am financially imperiled. He is literally begging. He is literally begging for money from his followers. Begging for money. David Wilcock is begging for people to buy his garbage books.
doing this is a very big step in rehabilitating my life and getting me so that I don't just eat staple food, and have no travel money, and I'm stuck in this house all the time.
He's living in a multi-million-dollar mansion, complaining that he's got to eat staple foods and doesn't have travel money, right? So all you people have to buy his book because he doesn't have any extra money. Hey, David Wilcock, maybe sell the multi-million-dollar 5-bedroom, 5-bath mansion that you're living in. You as a single man don't need a 5,000 square foot mansion, right? No, forget that. He's not giving up his millionaire's lifestyle. You stupid people have to give him money.
Honestly, I mean, I couldn't afford to do anything else right now. So I walked away from a job that pays very, very well. Obviously, it created the money to do these plants, but instead of doing online conferences and doing things that would make cash, I've done no ads, no products whatsoever for a year and a half, almost 2 years. And so that's the time that it took to develop this one thing. It's not just 5 books. It's not just books either. It's going to be
I spent a year and a half
be
making
sitting
this
right
shit.
here in this studio.
I need money now.
I'm going to be recording.
I need money.
All these soundproofing devices lined up. This will all be shielded off.
More plans, pie
right
in the sky.
It's going to sound wonderful.
Who cares?
Everybody
David
loves my
Wilcock?
audiobooks the most. Steven Tyler told me that when he drove around his Jeep in Hawaii, that he only had David Wilcock CDs in there. That's all he's hearing when he's driving around. That's true. So
good plan, DJ.
I want to do something that's really lasting of value. And again, the narrative is so
we do know
fascinating.
about the hand.
It's hard to even talk about how well integrated this is with the present. There's in the volume I'm about to release. Let me just freshen up the camera here. In the volume I'm about to release, there's this whole incredible, vast section about the Chinese balloon, where they predicted the Chinese balloon right while it was happening. As it's happening in the world, I'm reading that part of the book from 1998. Bam, there it is. Same thing happened with East Palestine disaster. They have train metaphors, gas metaphors, chemical metaphors. Zelensky.
He's been connecting the dots, trying to put this nonsense together for quite some time. That's why it took him a year and a half, trying to connect all these dots that don't actually connect.
He is in there. Biden is in there a bunch of times. Kamala Harris is in there. I mean, it's just, it's very hard to describe what this book really is. It's a Christian
old school CDs.
archangel explaining that it's a time traveler, explaining that he showed up throughout history and hid himself so that he wouldn't be identified, using these different names, including Saint Germain, who appeared in front of.
And here's another thing, Steven Tyler adopted, what was it, a 14 or a 15-year-old girl so he could bang her, right? And here's a guy who talks about the deep state and Epstein Island and all that stuff, but he's buddies with a guy who adopted a 14 or 15-year-old girl so he could bang her. Great job, David Wilcock.
The founding fathers at the time of the signing of Declaration of Independence knew all the secret handshakes, knew everybody's name, gave them weird personal information he shouldn't have known. And he told everybody, you have to sign this. It's way more important than you realize. The British are not going to kill you. Just please get this done.
Oh, the British aren't going to kill you.
And so
that's good news.
These positive beings have been editing our future throughout time. And this is now being realized in what we see, where another very significant contact, as I've said in the previous videos, if you want to go get caught up on those, was Valiant Thor. This was a human ET, showed up in 1957, spent 3 years working in the Pentagon.
It was a fake story.
He did when he was there.
It was supposed to be from Venus. Come on.
Plan, which was
that's a fake story.
He had the full benefit of time travel in doing it. Pete apprised me of the plan in 2009. A lot of insiders know about the plan.
Oh, his fake whistleblower told him about this plan.
Now, very obviously, is the fulfillment of the plan. And the plan has largely been conducted peacefully. We're not in a nuclear war. We're not in mandatory inoculations. We're not in forced detention camps. Passports didn't happen. And so there's this long Super Bowl that's just all muddy, and it's going on for so many innings, or whatever you call it in football. It shows you how little, that's baseball, right? Innings, yeah. So anyway, Extraterrestrial DNA end up not being interested in sports a lot of the time. So I'm sorry about that. But now we're at a point where everything is looking really good. If you are afraid, if you think that what's happening in the world is some terrifying bad thing, then you don't get what's going on. It's not terrifying. It's not bad. It's actually very, very positive.
Oh, good news.
I've got a sizzle jacket on. That should tell you right
oh,
there.
Yeah, that made
if
my
I'm willing
day.
to put the orange neckerchief inside the pocket.
It looks yellow to me. I think it's filled with piss.
Something very positive. I wouldn't do this unless I felt good. And we do have a prophecy of transformation, of course.
All right.
So
Look at that.
I've got everything.
We're 2 hours and 4 minutes in, and we're finally going to get to the Archangel prophecies that this video is supposed to be about. 2 hours and 4 minutes of rambling nonsense until we get to the subject matter that the video is supposed to be about. This man rambled for 2 hours and 4 minutes before getting to the subject.
On my side here to tell me, let's go back to the other camera. I've got everything on my side here to tell me that there is something, there is a fire where the smoke of Michael Prophecies is, and it is incredible. These beings,
everything's always incredible, great big things happening.
Experience earth changes. They are telling us in these books, which again, you can buy the first 2 right now.
Here's the pitch. And by the way, he's been talking about solar flashes and major earth changes for 20 years. Now the Archangel Michael is telling him there won't be. So this contradicts everything he's ever said in the past. Great.
They're already there. The third one's about to do, it's going to come out any day. Everything that's just happened with D.A. Alvin Bragg, it's all in there, folks. I mean, I'm amazed, because if they're right about everything up until now, which they have been, why would they be wrong about the rest? And they're telling us to expect arrests. They're telling us to expect arrests, disclosures of truth.
Expect arrests. He's pushing the mass arrests again. David Wilcock, you have been pushing that there will be mass arrests since 1998. Now the Archangel Michael is agreeing with you that there will be mass arrests? Come on, David Wilcock. Get some new material, bro.
They're telling us that forbidden technology is going to become available. They're telling us to expect some sort of galactic family reunion.
Oh, a galactic family reunion.
Fifth-density beings that can project into human form. And then they have a functional human body, and they're going to be apparently interacting with us in this manner. And a lot of them. I don't think it's just a few. I think there's going to be a lot of them, and we'll call them people. In the book I'm about to release right now, they say that they're going to have an embassy, and they say that they want me to run it. That sounds really crazy, and I just hope you don't laugh or ridicule me, but
I'm going to laugh.
I'd rather leave it in than take it out, because I'm afraid of being ridiculed. If these people want to do this, if they want to use me to bring out some kind of information and tell us that we're going to be safe and that they're going
These people, I thought they were angels. Now they're people.
To have an embassy, that's great. But again, I didn't get to the full point. The real bottom line of what these books are telling us is that within 2 years, we are all going to experience what Christians would call the rapture or ascension. Jesus was so...
That means the end of the world within 2 years, according to biblical scripture beliefs. So he is predicting the end of the world will be by April of 2025.
So amazing in what he did. His mission, his offering was so powerful that he got the ultimate optimum timeline out of it. And now everybody gets to become Christ, just like John 14:12 says.
Oh, and now we're going to get superpowers again?
By John saying, as I do these things, as I do these miracles.
Friends, he predicted we would all get these superpowers in the year 2000. That didn't happen. Then he predicted we would all get these Jesus Christ-like superpowers in the year 2012. That didn't happen. Now he's predicting it. We're going to get the superpowers again. This is the third time. Come on, David Wilcock. Do you think everybody forgot the first 2 times you told us we would all get Christ-like superpowers and telekinesis and levitation? I can play clips of you saying it before 2012. He's back to the same old scam nonsense.
So shall you do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God. That right there is in the Bible. It's scriptural. You can't dispute it. And it says
Oh, I can dispute
that
it.
you will become like Christ. That's what Jesus is here for.
They're
But
talking about future prophets. They're
there's
not
these
talking
funny
about new
passages in
age
the book of Revelation
scammers.
that have led people to believe that maybe only 144,000 people are going to ascend, right? Oh, it's the 144,000. Well, the Michael Prophecies has demonstrated pretty much, as far as I can tell, an unprecedented
The rupture, not the rapture. Yeah.
display of prophecy accuracy. I mean, I've got it all laid
It's
out. You can
imagination
study it
land,
in
yeah.
as much depth and detail as you want. You can go back and look and see that these readings were online. I could not have faked any of this. It's all real. And
It's
all
not
prophetic of
real.
what's going on now. And all you have to do
No,
is
it's
decode
not
it. Some of the
prophetic.
decoding is very easy. Some of it's really on the nose. You don't have to decode anything. And so they tell us, yes, you're going to see a lot of bad guys getting arrested,
All forgiven.
but we don't want you to get totally wrapped up in that
Mass arrests are coming.
because we only have 2 years left from the time these books are coming out before we have to allow your sun to change the physics of your solar system.
Oh my God, this is so nonsensical. He's back to his oldest grifts. Mass arrests, and we're all going to get superpowers real soon.
Physics changes are just like passing go on Monopoly board and collecting $200. They happen. You can't do anything about it. That's what all these ancient
why doesn't he
prophecies
have the
tell us.
superpowers? He said he
And
got
so
telekinesis
what
from
kind of
taking the piss
abilities
baths.
might we have as this goes on? Well, this gets into some slides. I did want to do a couple.
Yeah, there's
of
going to be
these
some
again. You
karmic
might have seen me
problems
do
for
this
him
before.
using
This will close us out
prophecies
here.
and
The
scripture to
Kali
scam
Yuga
people.
prophecies. What is the Kali Yuga? The Kali Yuga is this concept of the end of the age in Hinduism. And so the Kali Yuga prophecies tell us what kind of abilities we're going to
You're
have,
right,
and they're
Foxy's
totally
friends.
amazing. So check this out.
Here we go. We're getting
We're going to be reading
superpowers
from
again.
Vanaparva, which is book 3 of the Mahabharata. And so in the Kali age, which is the age we're in now, the fallen age, the Brahmanas abstain from prayers and meditation. This means the holy people are not meditating. You've heard me read this prophecy before. The course of the world
Yeah,
looks
probably
bad.
in 2012 and
contrary.
2000 when he
Indeed,
promised
these
the
are signs that
superpowers the first
foreshadow a
time.
universal destruction.
And second time.
Numerous Maleka kings rule over the earth. In the original slides, I put in this picture right at the moment Biden grabbed the 81 million ballots. You can see him holding on to them in his hand there. And then you look up close at his eyes, and I'm like, man, these eyes look really, really creepy and disturbing. You know, like, what's up with that? But anyway, the sinful monarchs addicted to false speech govern their subjects on false principles. Men become short-lived, weak in strength,
That's the
energy,
message
and
here,
prowess.
Patty. Buy the
They have
book.
small might and diminutive
Buy the
bodies
book.
and become scarcely able to tell
We're
the
all
truth.
getting
That's why
superpowers
we have
for
the
the
truth
third
teller,
time,
right?
in case you're just joining us.
Many men at such periods strive to rob the wealth that has been deposited with them in secrecy by trust. And wedded to sinful practices, they shamelessly declare that we have nothing in deposit for you. The bank collapse. That's what they're talking about, banking collapse. And that's sure happening right now, isn't it? And then in their 16th year, men are overtaken with decrepitude
Well,
and
you never
decay,
know
and the period of
where
life
the world's
itself is
going.
soon outrun. When the lives of men become so short, a drought occurs for many years. 7 blazing suns appear and drink up all the water of the earth in the river or sea. And that's a metaphor of the 7 chakras being activated. And then, O Bharata, the fire called Samvardhaka, which is the solar flash, impelled by the winds, appears on the earth that has already been dried to cinders by the 7 suns. And this transitions directly into the Krita Yuga, where it says, when those terrible times will be over, the creation will begin anew. Clouds will begin showering seasonably again, which we really could use. I hated this winter. The stars and stellar conjunctions will become auspicious, and the planets duly revolving in their orbits will become exceedingly propitious. All around, there will be prosperity, abundance, health, and peace.
He just said the world's going to end in 2 years. Now he's saying there's going to be prosperity and peace. Like, does he even realize how nonsensical all of this sounds together? And by the way, he is using so far the Christian Bible and holy books of Buddhism to scam people. There's got to be some karmic debt involved with using holy books of the Christian faith or the Buddhist faith to scam people. Or maybe that's Hindu faith.
And then
Sorry,
the
I'm a little
Kalki avatar
unclear on
shows
that.
up. Now, is this really one person? No. This is basically the second coming of Christ, the second coming of the Logos, the activation of Christ in humanity. It's just the Hindu time-traveled version of the prophecy. And commissioned by time,
That's true,
a
infamous.
Brahmana of the name of Kalki will take his birth. He will glorify Vishnu, possessing great energy, intelligence, and prowess. Vehicles, weapons, warriors, arms, and coats of mail will be able to be created by spontaneous conscious manifestation. That's what it says right there. He can think these things into existence. He will be the King of Kings, ever victorious, with the strength of virtue. He will restore order and peace.
What
in
does
the
this
world,
have to do with the angel
crowded with
Michael?
creatures and contradictory in its course.
These are
And that
prophecies
blazing
of
Brahmana
Buddhism or
mighty intellect
Hinduism.
having appeared will destroy all things.
Hinduism, I believe.
All things that are not in the light. He will inaugurate a new Yuga surrounded by the Brahmans. That Brahmana will exterminate all the Malekas wherever these low and despicable persons may take refuge.
Oh, yeah.
When the
world's going to
Brahmanas
end
have
before he
been
finishes the
exterminated
hover
and
cars.
Thieves and robbers are also exterminated. Sorry, I read that a little wrong. Let's try
Sizzle
that again.
slides, yeah.
When the Brahmanas will have exterminated the thieves and robbers.
No,
there will
you
be
got to do the
prosperity
P-Bands,
everywhere on
Ganja
earth.
73. You got to do the P-Bands.
Okay, so here's the 8 faculties that we can all start to look forward to as this
All right, here's the
solar
superpowers we're going to
evolution
get.
and our ascension begins.
And just so everybody is clear, David Wilcock has run this grift twice now. This is the third time he's running the world is all going to change or end and we're all going to get superpowers scam. He did it in the year 2000. He did it leading up to the year 2012, and he's doing it now again.
Is happening according to what this book is saying. This is from the Virtual Maastricht McLuhan Institute. Great power, might, dominion, supremacy, dignity, and superhuman power. So then there's a list of what these things are. You can make your body incredibly small.
Oh, you get
just
small like
we see in a
Ant-Man.
variety of Hollywood films.
This sounds like Marvel,
Ant-Man
yeah.
being the most recent one.
Ant-Man.
Right?
He said we're going to get
Extreme
Ant-Man
lightness,
powers.
meaning you can make yourself very
I
light.
can't wait.
You can levitate.
I always wanted to be
The
Ant-Man.
power to attain anything. This is spontaneous.
we get anything we
manifestation of
want,
objects.
right?
Again, they said you can manifest warriors, weapons, you name it. Irresistible will, prakamya.
Cobbled together from all
That
over the
means
internet,
the
I
ability
think.
to get your will met. If you're one of these high-powered beings, you have the voice of power. And in the book, we talk about what that is, and it's very intense. How Edgar Cayce was able to vibrate the walls of that house. Multiple eyewitnesses saw this on multiple occasions, and
Well, he's Edgar Cayce reincarnated, so can he do that? Of course not.
voice of power can yank the demonics right out of somebody's body. Apparently, and that's what apparently Jesus was using.
Oh, God.
So another thing is limitless bulk, which means you can become very large, very heavy.
Well, we could be like the Hulk.
That's not necessarily something
We're all
want. We
getting
wanna
these
lose weight, not
superpowers,
gain
friends,
weight.
within 2
Right.
years.
Supreme dominion. Again, this is like the dominion over the animal passions. And another one for that same purpose.
A
Subjugation
time
by
war.
magic,
Yes,
again,
Fraser,
subjugating the
you were
ego, the
right.
Carnal forces. And even another
Yeah,
one.
we're in a
power to
different
suppress all
timeline.
desire.
That's why none of the shit that
So,
he says ever happens.
In short, the Kalki avatar has abilities that are described that even seem to
Yeah,
go
he's
beyond
probably
what
off the
Jesus was doing.
payroll
Jesus
now.
wasn't creating whole armies of people or flying objects or anything like that with his mind that we know.
Yeah, please hit that thumbs up. All
Maybe
of
there
you.
are a couple
Hit that
scriptural
thumbs up.
references
It
to this,
helps.
but the biggest manifestations I'm recalling would be like loaves and fishes, that kind of thing. Certainly not on the scale that we're talking about here. And remember, in the Bible it says, "As I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater
Yeah, we're
things."
not getting laser powers. Come on.
So that's a very, very
I
significant
want
point.
lasers. I want heat
All right, I should
vision.
probably get out of here because 2.5 hours is like way too long, and we're going to hit that pretty soon. So what I would like to do is just have a great drink of water because I really, really need one.
He's getting dry mouth from all the bull coming out of his mouth.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah,
He's
we're
totally
getting
going into
superpowers,
reality.
but then the world ends.
Let's just read some comments here. Well, okay, well, there's a
Rocky
everybody's
Horror
happy.
Picture
You
Show
guys
is
are happy.
awesome.
That's good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the tolerating my sizzly outfit. It was I definitely like gay clothes. The gayer they are, pretty much that suits me. So I'm not
He likes
actually gay. I just
He likes gay clothes,
yeah.
though.
Anyway, let's not talk about it anymore. I
Thanks
just
for
like gay
reminding
clothes, I'm
everybody,
sorry.
Mark.
And this is a very, very gay outfit, and I acknowledge that. But I'm proud because part of what you have to do is have pride, and so I'm proud of identifying as a sizzly gay clothes wearing cisgender male.
This is cringe.
There, I think I've got everything right. I think I did it right.
Yeah, we got one
I
small
did it
nugget
right.
of truth.
So,
2
yes,
hours
I
of
appreciate
him is
these-
too much. An
these
hour
very
of him
unique
is too much.
Threads that are very flashy.
We're going to make
It's kind of like the
through. We're
solar
gonna
flash.
make it to
I
the
just- I
end
just
here.
Feel drawn to it.
His ex turned him
So,
gay.
The
Cuffley's
Michael
there, baby.
Prophecies is telling us, it's Archangel Michael telling us that they are going to protect they meaning the Logos and his angelic assistants. They will protect our physical bodies. They will protect us from harm.
I agree, Freya.
And
Yeah.
it's all coming to a head
Good
no
point.
later than within 2 years. Now, what does it's coming to a head mean? It means that we are probably going to end up with what they're saying
You're right,
is true. I mean,
troll,
it's very
troll.
fascinating. We will be
Yeah,
on a path to
for once it
develop
tells the
8
truth.
superhuman faculties. Some kind of change happens that is a mind-blowing psychedelic activation of consciousness and masterful yogi-like superpowers. We will start having this. We have done enough. That's the message of Michael's books. There's 5 of them.
And what's he going to do when none of this shit happens?
We are going to be saved. We're not going to have earth changes.
He'll be on to the
There's a
next
different
scam.
timeline that we're on. It's basically the same thing Corey was saying about the optimum timeline. So that's kind of compelling,
Sizzling gate closed.
And
Yes,
there were
thanks for
messages
being a
that I
member,
had
DJDs.
when all that stuff was getting started. When I
He's
said,
all for the
is
club,
Corey in
yes.
touch with the law of one? I was told go outside now. And
B.
if you remember
Baker's
the story,
gay.
I
He's
went
allowed to
outside
say
and saw a
this.
rainbow.
I'm not gay means
They
he's
didn't
gay.
say yes or no. They never actually answered the question.
He might be.
But they
And,
wanted me
good
to
for
do
him
the
if he
show.
is.
And
I
again,
don't care
as
about
people
that.
in my company are saying, we were in the vicinity of truth. I also had death threats for doing the show.
Oh, we're in the vicinity of truth.
I was
with
told
Corey
by an
Good.
insider that if I didn't stop doing cosmic disclosure, that I was going to be killed. And they said it came directly from the Rothschilds, and that he was doing them and doing me a favor by conveying the threat.
Let's just recap. He got death threats. People told him if he didn't stop saying he was Edgar Casey reincarnated, he would be murdered. Now he's saying that he got death threats from the Rothschilds, that if he didn't stop doing a television show, he would be murdered. Come on. Where is the police reports? You were getting serious death threats and you didn't fill out any police reports? By the way, I checked. There's no police reports. None.
It's made me very angry. So I decided to keep doing the show. It was my job, and I wasn't going to be intimidated. And very shortly after that, my wife at the time, Beth, lost the brakes on the car. And it was right after she got down
here
the
we
hill.
go
Thank
again.
God it didn't happen before.
Here
Now,
we go again.
people can try to say we made this all.
Yeah, we should take a poll in the live chat. If somebody tried to murder your wife, wouldn't you call the police and fill out a police report? David Wilcock never did. But he's going to claim that somebody tried to murder him and his wife by cutting the brakes on his car. Come on, David Wilcock. This is a tall tale.
Up, but something caused the brakes to go out, and it happened right after she went down the hill. And if it had happened on the hill, she would have lost control and probably died, because we have a very steep mountain that you got to go down. So when those kinds of things happen, it appears that people didn't like us doing a show that was in the vicinity of truth.
Oh, it was in the vicinity of truth. It wasn't true, but it was in the vicinity of truth.
My goal is to try to get you the truth and to try to go beyond any type of rhetoric and spoken dialogue and into action in the form of developed technology that proves to you that I was telling you the truth. And that's what we have now.
You're right.
So
they offered to pay on him.
There's several things that our hangar really needs. We have an immediate need to flush out plumbing for the heating and cooling system.
This is great. Now he's going to have a begathon because he needs money for his scammy aerospace company that for 20 years now has been in business but never produced a single airplane or aircraft. He needs money to dump into that. So everybody has to buy his crap so that he can do that.
That's $8,600. So I would love to be able to pay that. So again, there's a small raise that I really need to do here.
I've seen that. I
If
don't
you
know if
use the
that's
code
accurate,
Ascension,
Mark, but I've seen
you
that.
get $22 off. That is the Michael Prophecies at eldisclosure.com. I would really love for you to get in there now. I won't be able to offer such big discounts once the books are all finished.
That's
But I
interesting,
am doing
Sandy.
that now.
And thanks for being a member.
I believe it's absolutely worth your time.
Oh, discount
To me,
bull.
this level of writing that I've done,
You get a discount on his
good as
bull.
anything. It's my
Discount
Sistine
code.
Chapel. It's my masterpiece.
This is his masterpiece. Telling everybody, this is his masterpiece. Telling everybody for the third time in his career that we're all going to get superpowers. Could be, I don't know. This is his masterpiece. Telling people for the third time that we're all going to get superpowers within a very short period of time. He did it in the year 2000. He did it in the year 2012, and he's doing it again. This is his masterpiece. And by the way, don't you think, like, let's examine this for a minute. If the Archangel Michael really was giving secret prophecies or messages to a human being, wouldn't God or the Archangel Michael want you to just give it away? Why would the Archangel Michael or God be okay with him selling this crap? If this was really coming from divine sources, he would give it away, right? Why would he sell it? Like, it makes absolutely no. Hi, I'm talking to angels and they want me to sell you a book. None of this makes any sense. And I pray that there are some of David Wilcock's followers that find this video. I want you to listen to my voice and hear me. An angel would not help a scammer profit. An angel would not give secret information to a new age guru scammer to sell to hopeless, vulnerable people. An angel would not help a scammer profit. That alone tells you he's not talking to angels. If anything, he's talking to a demon masquerading as an angel. Because a demon masquerading as an angel would give you that Faustian bargain, let you sell your soul for profit. An angel would not let you sell your soul for money. He's not talking to angels.
The pièce de résistance, whatever you want to call it. It's what I've spent more time developing than any other creative product in my life.
That's a lie. He said he's spent more time developing this than any other creative product in his life. He spent 5 years on Cosmic Disclosure. He didn't spend 5 years on these books. According to him, they were already written between 96 and 99. So, and he's coming out with 5 books. He's been gone for a little over a year. That means he spent about 2 months on each book. He's lying through his teeth, even about the amount of time or energy that he has put into these projects.
It's incredibly fast.
And, you know, honestly, part of me, I know this is shallow, but I hope that the Archangel Michael comes down from heaven and smacks the shit out of him. That's what I hope happens. I hope the gates of heaven open up and the Archangel Michael flies down to his $1 million mansion, knocks on his door, grabs him, pulls him out, and smacks him into reality. You don't sell angel prophecies to vulnerable, desperate people for money. And there will be a karmic debt for him insulting every Christian on planet Earth by attempting to profit, claiming to be in contact with Archangel Michael. That's my wish for him. There will be a reckoning for what he is doing right here. There will be a karmic debt that he will have to pay. And, you know, quite honestly, I think he's already been paying a karmic debt. He lost his wife. He lost all his money to this scammy aerospace company. He has been revealed to have pushed a complete and total fraud in the form of Corey Good. He has been revealed to have pushed a complete and total fraud in the form of Pete Peterson for years. He's already in a whole situation of terrible karma right now. And instead of atoning for his sins and repairing his own karma, he is doubling down on the evil scam game that he has been at for decades now. And now, once again, he takes to the interwebs, selling people lies he claims comes from angels. You're already in a karmic deficit, David Wilcock. I will pray for you, because even before doing this shit, you were in a world of karmic problems. And now you have just made all of it worse, because there is substantial and supportive scripture that can support what I'm about to tell you. If you are in a state of sin and you are given an opportunity to make amends and you double down on your evil, wicked ways, you lose the state of God's forgiveness and mercy, because you've been given an opportunity to atone for your previous sins. And instead of doing so, you have doubled down on your wicked and evil ways. Now you are lying to people, saying you're in contact with angels so that you could scam more people for money. I'm going to pray for you, David Wilcock, because you're in a world of karmic problems right now.
Fascinating to hear Michael's words and the way in which you get a multidimensional activation just by listening to what he says.
What the hell is that even? If you listen to his book, you're going to get a multidimensional activation. What is a multidimensional activation? It's new age word salad nonsense. That's what it is.
Coming back, I'm not going to disappear and go away for a long time. I don't want to be off camera, because frankly, I'm really not talking to anybody. My entire life has been almost entirely silent meditation. I'm not having phone calls. I'm not having any.
I can find her on Instagram.
I'm not going to talk to anybody. I'm not hanging out. I'm not doing any outings. I'm always here and I'm always working on these books. It's been this way for like 2 years now. So I'm really tired of it. I'm ready to go out and meet people. I'm ready to go out and like have a life and not just be working on this all the time. But I also need your help to get me there so that I have enough money to be able to survive.
Again, begging for money.
Delaying tax payments right now. Things like this have to happen. So
he's delaying tax payments. Last I checked, he's already got a tax lien on him for previous unpaid taxes. And, you know, I just want to say, like, why is this anybody else's problem? You can't pay your taxes, so everybody's supposed to give you money for fake books that you claim come from angels so that you can pay your taxes? Why didn't you pay your taxes with the millions of dollars that Corey Good said you made in those depositions from one course? Why didn't you pay your taxes when he made $4 million on one course, David Wilcock? What does he spend all his money on? Scammy aerospace companies, I guess, so that he could have bragging rights and claim to be the father of anti-gravity coming, right?
I'm on a payment plan. But, you know,
he's on a payment plan with the IRS.
We're going to get this all straightened out. And I'm confident that our company is succeeding and that we will have some very, very exciting things to show you in the future.
There's always exciting things coming with David Wilcock.
When Trump put out Agenda 47, I want to give him my greatest sincere thanks. It is the fulfillment of what we were hoping to do. I kept talking about on the phone, like, I don't know how we can grow this to the point where everybody can get a hover car, because we're only one factory and we can only make so many units a year.
Oh.
It really is going to take multiple factories designing these and generating these hover cars, 3D printed basalt composite chassis.
And let's just recap. So far, he's got to make, for all of his bullshit to not be bullshit, he has to make thorium reactors. He has to make free energy devices that he could sell for $5,000 that can power your entire home. He has to make 3D printers capable of printing volcanic glass somehow. He has to make hover cars and more, or all of everything that he's talked about for the past 2 hours and 20 minutes is all fairy tales. Do you understand, David Wilcock, what a corner you've backed yourself into? And we all have to get superpowers in the next 2 years, or everything that he has said in the past 2 hours and 20 minutes has been lies.
You know, new technologies, it's going to look gorgeous inside and out. This is the future, and this can rebuild our industrial base. Building new cities also allows us to have a housing surplus rather
And he's got to build new cities as well.
than a deficit. And with the technology, we're going to soon be able to go out.
Like, is his ego really that big that he thinks he's going to be able to do all this stuff? Thorium reactors, free energy generators, a hover car with a free energy engine that you don't even have to fuel. He's building whole new cities. He's saving industrial America and bringing jobs back. Like, the level of narcissism required for him to sit there like this on a public live stream and make all of these fairy tale, tall tale, pie in the sky claims about his plans. And then let's just consider for a minute that he said the entire world is going to end in 2 years. If you really were talking to angels and you were 100% sure the world was going to end in 2 years, would you be saying all this stupid shit? Or would you be spending your last 2 years on Earth with your friends, your family, and the people you love the most? None of this makes any sense whatsoever. But welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock.
Into space. And apparently Michael's prophecies are also saying that we are now just about done with the era where we don't get to meet our galactic family. We are going to be able to.
Oh, and we're going to meet
say
aliens
hi
in the
to
next
real
2 years
extraterrestrials,
before the world
interact with
ends.
them. We all think we're not worthy of this, but I don't know if they're going to show up before the sun does its thing or not, but they're saying a maximum of 2 years.
Oh, and a major solar
That's
flash
another very,
event,
very
too.
fascinating thing. There's a lot of people worried about whatever shots might have occurred, what if they took them. There's a lot of evidence that's come out now that even the most blindsided people probably can admit that, yeah, it's looking like they're really dangerous, and it might be a ticking time bomb. I did have briefings telling me, I don't know if this is true, but
he's getting briefings.
one of the military briefings I got was that.
Listen, who's giving David Wilcock military briefings? This is more lies. Prove it, David Wilcock. Prove you're getting military briefings. Let us know who's giving you military briefings. Who in the military is saying, you know what? We have some very sensitive secret information. Let's call that clown from Ancient Aliens and give him a military briefing. This is absolute ridiculous nonsense from a pathological liar who has spent decades lying to people for money.
That basically nobody who gets it will live more than 5 or 10 years maximum. I don't think it's true. I don't think that's the evidence that we're seeing out in the field at all. There's
Again, with the fear porn.
lots of evidence to the contrary. However, if that's the worst case scenario, if that's true, Michael makes it very clear that whenever this solar event happens, which could be any time between now and in 2 years, 2025, once that's happened, you will either be able to heal yourself or there will be other people who can heal you.
Yeah, because we're all going to get the superpowers, so don't worry about anything. But the world's
So
going to
therefore,
end.
no matter how
The world's going to end before I get a David Wilcock hover car. I'm so upset. The world's going to end, but he's making all these big long-term plans. Does any of this make any sense? Am I the only one that notices he's making plans that will take him years and years or decades to accomplish, while at the same time telling us that the world's going to end in 2 years? Welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock.
how bad this looks, no matter how big of a jam we appear to be in, that we're going over the cliff, there's no escape, lots and lots more people are going to be lost. That is not necessarily true at all. There are things that we could do in the short term. And so Michael's main message is to live a more spiritual life. So with that said, I'd like to close us out here with group meditation. So this is the last thing we're going to do. I'm going to keep it to the night.
Oh, we got to do a meditation because nothing says buy my crap like giving you a feel-good meditation at the end of 2 hours and 23 minutes of complete and total lies, right? Like the narcissism on this guy is like dripping off of him. I've just lied for 2 hours and 23 minutes straight. I've begged for money. I've told you the world's going to end in 2 years while also telling you about all my plans that are going to take me decades, if not more, to accomplish. And I'm also going to give you a peace meditation at the end.
90 minutes.
Great.
So let's have you put both feet flat on the floor.
All right. We got to put both feet flat on the floor, right? We got to meditate.
Good
for
image
peace.
cut I can do. Let's see. How does that look? It's all right. What do you think about that, huh? My face is like a... Yeah, we can do that. Okay.
You got to get the
Here we go.
right shot if you're going to do a peace meditation on the internet. You got to get the right camera angle.
As you breathe deep,
Come on.
imagine yourself moving into an arena of perfect peace.
I don't know about him, but mine is. I'm ready for fill a bathtub.
The very difficult changes that have defined your life, that have caused you so much pain and suffering.
Gabber Beast TV gets the
soon going to
comment of
come
the
to an
night.
end.
He wants the
Future
world to end so he doesn't have to
is
listen
one
to
in
David
which
Wilcock anymore.
Everyone gets to have a spontaneous spiritual activation.
Exactly.
And we live in the knowledge
He gets to take a piss bath while he's getting debriefed
that
by
what
the
we will
mill
become
while he's getting his
makes
briefings.
our lives so much happier. It's like we've all become billionaires.
Shut up, you crystal hippie bitches. Shut up.
We can see into our past lives.
This is
We can
serious.
hear other people's
We're
thoughts
doing a peace
without
meditation.
communicating with our mouths.
And then I'm going to take bath in my
We're
own
directly
piss to get
interacting with
superpowers.
beings that have angelic capabilities that are mind-blowing. And we also have innate telekinetic and levitation capabilities once we begin developing
You're
these
right,
skills.
Noble. He even
We
grifts while he
breathe
meditates.
more and more
here.
deeply.
Buy my
Remember the
shit,
promises
buy my
of all the
book.
great teachers.
I'm talking to angels who told me to
We
take baths and
shall
piss.
graduate, that there will be a golden age. There will
A
be
golden age?
renewal
He's taking baths
that
and
makes
piss, and he's
life on
talking
Earth
about a
wonderful.
golden age.
for everyone. Frascio Coretti means making wonderful.
Making wonderful.
So as we
I
tumble
don't
through
know
our
either.
lives and
It's fascinating
come up
to
against
me.
fear and anxiety and pain and sadness and anger, let us not forget that each time we seek love in the moment, according to the law of one, we are creating an exponential increase
Okay, according to a channeled book of nonsense. Yeah.
in the power that we can draw upon for the good. Just like each additional memory of painful times from our past that inform the present.
You're right. You got to be an extreme
Each new memory
narcissist, or the
creates an
angels and
exponential
the
increase.
aliens don't want to talk to you.
So as we relive painful, traumatic memories, and as we learn
Well,
most
pee in the
importantly to
shower. I don't know
forgive
what to
those
tell
who
you,
have
Gabber
hurt us,
Beast.
we are now moving directly in the area to which the Logos wants us to go. The Logos being the cosmic Christ. And that is to embrace compassion, to embrace patience.
Yeah, it's always great to invoke the name of Jesus Christ while you're scamming people for New Age nonsense, right? Yeah, that's really going to do good for your karma, bringing up Jesus to scam people. Yeah.
Understanding, forgiveness, and love. And to allow that love to emanate from us in how we talk to people and how we interact
Oh, what a bunch of word salad
as we go
nonsense.
throughout our days.
I wonder if he scripts
As
this.
we feel the joy of companionship,
Moody Mongol is
sharing with
levitating
others.
after eating beans.
the truth of what really is going on as we
Golden
speak.
showers bring great powers. Yeah.
Making subtle changes, just having more patience, being more loving, truly is the answer.
You're
The
right.
law of one says in forgiveness lies the stoppage of the wheel of karma. And we really don't want that wheel to continue any longer, individually or globally.
Him and Corey Sprinkler
Forgiveness
fight.
by
Oh,
itself
that's a weird graphic.
is augmented in
think
the law
of.
of one teachings, which I follow, with boundaries. And this means that you have the right and even the obligation to say no when others would try to hurt you and
Only
destroy
with
your
P,
free
yeah.
will. You have the obligation
Yeah, he
to
already
defend
did.
yourself and your
Yeah.
family if someone is trying to hurt you. And this is how we're seeing it play out in the world now. Forgiveness with boundaries. There is a healthy and peaceful transfer of power taking place in the world.
The
The
date,
negative
yes.
elite are systematically being defeated.
Remember, they banged him and ate
then
him.
there will be
And
the
then
release
he
of
got
these
brought
new
back to life.
technologies that allow us to live much happier and healthier and more affordable lives. And there's also going to be a dimensional shift, a change in our consciousness.
You get super duper powers, yes.
All of these
yeah,
things
that's
are
how it
possible.
works.
And all of these things become more and more within our reach as we learn to still the mind,
Oh, that's interesting. I
breathe
didn't know
out the
that,
fear,
Gabber
the
Beast.
pain, and the anxiety, and glide ever more perfectly
I
into
guess,
trust
yeah, this is a meditation
love.
according to him.
and into an intrinsic knowingness
But he's got to change
of
the
the
camera
goodness
angle.
and the righteousness
There we
of
go.
that which is taking place today in the world. And so it is.
Oops.
Now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room. Well, it's 4:31. That's pretty good with my eyes closed. I was only off by 1 minute. All right. Do
What
we
a
have it on the
synchronicity.
wide shot? Here, let's do that.
What's up, Al Warrior?
So-
Thanks for being a member.
Somebody said, gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back into you. Corey Good told the truth in court. I have never been to space. I have never met aliens physically. They were part of my imagination. Look, I really think it's not a good idea to go after Corey because
Yeah.
what we ended up
'Cause that
doing
screws
is
up my
led to this
grift.
contact through the Michael prophecies, which validated the optimum timeline philosophy. We are going to be okay. We're going to be all right. Something happened.
I agree,
And
Crypto.
the way it chose to express through him involved, if his court testimony is the literal truth, that he embellished on it. Now,
Oh, he embellished. No, he
does
lied.
somebody need me to be like really mad at him and denounce him? And I don't hate him.
He didn't
you know,
embellish.
because
He lied.
people threatened me for that show. And my ex-wife nearly died because of one of those threats.
Oh, come on. His
And
ex-wife
again,
nearly
I
died.
took the money that publicity and then my own conferences earned me, and I invested it into creating that future that we were
Exactly.
talking about on the show.
Absolutely.
So Corey is now moving into video games and movies and such things where, and I told him, I think the best move for you to make is to
Yeah,
use
thanks, Al
visionary
Warrior.
fiction to disclose information. And that's what he's doing. So I don't really have a problem with it. I mean, obviously, there would be ways in which I could be angry. People could expect me to be angry. They might be angry.
No shame whatsoever.
He's sassy in his deposition. No,
he's not sassy in his deposition. He's bitchy because he's getting called out on the carpet for lying about talking to aliens and going to space and time traveling. And you made millions of dollars with that clown selling lies to vulnerable people. You should be ashamed of yourself. And the fact that you're not says everything about what kind of person you are. You should be ashamed of what you did with Corey Good. Ashamed. And the fact that you just explain it away, optimal timeline in the vicinity of truth, says everything about you and confirms that you are not a good person. A good person would feel shame for having stolen millions of dollars from vulnerable people for fake stories for years.
his personality comes across as somewhat harsh and abrasive. But you got to understand the conditions. This was never supposed to be released. He's very upset.
Yeah, it was never supposed to be released. So he thought that he could get away with saying all those things and no one would ever hear it. No one would ever see him admit he's never been to space. So he was willing to, I don't know, lie under oath, maybe, allegedly. I don't know. He was willing to say all those things. And then what was he going to do, David Wilcock? Go back and continue to tell Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy stories because nobody heard the truth of what he said in his depositions, you should be ashamed of yourself, David Wilcock. And the fact that you're not shows what kind of person you are. You extracted millions and millions of dollars from a community of people who desperately wanted to believe and were vulnerable, and you don't even care that it's now painfully clear that you sold lies to people, not in the vicinity of truth, lies.
And there's some really, really scary stuff that he was going after. I mean, I've been ripped off. I've been ripped off for large amounts in certain cases. And I didn't choose to pursue legal action just because I don't want the disruption. And I think the legal interaction causes 2 or 3 years of your life. And
yeah, and by the way, just so everybody's clear, David Wilcock and his charity have now been drawn into some of those Corey Good lawsuits.
over $100,000 to shoot out the door. You got to really want it to do something like that, you know, and he did because of the things that occurred, which the cases go into detail about. So it's a very complex issue. I knew that people wanted me to talk about it. It's sort of necessary for me to talk about it. And again, he presented all of this to me as if it was the truth. That
Good
he was
comment,
going into
Gabber
space.
Beast, and good for you.
These were real things. And if he had told me he was making it up, I never would have done the show. And none of this information would have gone out there. So the karma of whatever that is, if that is what happened, is something he has to deal with.
This is a Hail Mary
again,
play.
I have
Yeah.
continued to support him because we've been through so much hell. We've had so many people threaten our lives. We've had so many people write such horrible things about us. And I stopped doing the show with Corey in 2018. That's the last time any episodes aired. That's 5 years ago. And there's all these people online who still act as if every single thing that Corey does is reflective of me and vice versa. And it's Corey is his own person. He's
just a
navigating
tiny
his
little
own
bit,
path, and that's fine. And so to continue to try to say that everything that happened with him is some kind of indictment of me, well, that's not true. Because again, yeah, I made some money, but what did I do? I didn't go buy a house in Lake Tahoe.
Well, he didn't pay his
I
taxes.
didn't get the lakefront cabin. I instead did the right thing, what I feel, which is to finance this company, to get you a job, to get you a hover car.
Nobody
you into
threatened him.
space,
This is bullshit.
to get
That's
you meeting
bull.
these extraterrestrials. So there's really nothing in the Michael prophecies that could be successfully contested where you say, well, yeah, that's fake. That's not true. It's all validated by virtue of the fact that it was online. So
It wasn't online. I looked for it. There was no prophecies from the Archangel Michael on his previous website, ascension2000.com, which would mean that he's lying, and he could have written those prophecies last week for all we know.
at the same time, I can also say that when I was channeling it, I had no idea if I was doing anything that was going to be good.
Karma
When I went
indeed,
back and
says
read
Spooky.
this stuff,
Yeah,
so
praise
much of
the
it was
cash.
encrypted prophecies that make sense now that a lot of it didn't make sense at all. And it was incredibly frustrating. There are decipherings on almost every page that didn't make sense when the words came in. But now it's like, oh, yeah, that's Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, that's Zelensky. Okay, that's Kamala Harris. Okay,
I don't think
that's
anybody actually
Chinese
threatened
balloon.
him.
That's another
I think
Chinese
it's
balloon. That's
plot
another Chinese
line.
balloon. Okay, that's
A
the
plot
Afghanistan
device.
withdrawal. Okay, that's the Nord Stream pipeline. It's all in there. I mean, it's freaking amazing.
Why didn't he connect all those dots at the time those things were written? Right? It's always after things happen. You know how many people claim to psychically predict 9/11? Why didn't they warn those people in the building before it happened? No, they all claimed that they predicted it after the fact. And that's what he's doing here. It is an age-old scam of psychics to write predictions after things happen and claim you wrote them before they happened. I scoured his old website. There was only one mention of the Archangel Michael, and it was a nonsensical 2-page rambling post about nothing. There was no prophecies there. Where did these prophecies published between 1996 and 1999? I couldn't find them, and I could be wrong.
I actually think probably everybody is going to end up reading this book, because if what they're saying really happens, if they use this as a way, they meaning these angelic beings, to introduce themselves to humanity, that's stunning. and it's very imposing. I have felt set up by these beings.
He
I
says,
felt very frustrated by the
if, well, then you're not sure you're talking to angels. And again, all of this is nonsensical. This man is making decades-long future plans. He's building thorium reactors and free energy devices and 20 different kinds of airplanes and inventing new 3D printing technology to print volcanic glass. And he's building whole cities. But the angels told him the world is going to end in the next 2 years. None of this makes any sense. Welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock.
fact that they've painted out this role for me as like running their embassy, as it says in the book. I don't even really know.
He's going to run the angel embassy. Sure. Because a bunch of angels want a new age scammer running their embassy on Earth. Sure.
There's tons and tons of mystery here, and I've had to really hang my ass out over the line and just put this stuff out. I mean, they call me Christina. They don't even honor me as a male. They identify me as a woman. In the first book, believe it or not, they say my soul is female and its name is Christina. And
why would angels misgender a man?
Having a male experience, and that does make sense to me. If you have a female soul, but you're in a male body, then that creates a discrepancy between the genetic influences and the soul influences. And I think some people...
Oh my God, he's going to become a trans woman. He'll be the ugliest trans woman on planet Earth.
Will have that. For me, I think that being a man is important. I think that I'm supposed to be, and I want to pursue that. But I also understand that, you know, like with the Jane Roberts books, if you read Seth always calls him Rupert as if he was a man. And this is Jane Roberts, who's a female. But she had some masculine characteristics, so it kind of makes sense. So they did that to me too. They called me Christina. I was humble enough to leave that in. I mean, I didn't take out a lot of embarrassing things, but I left it all in because you have to go read this for yourself and decide if you believe that what's happening here is real. But I mean,
I don't believe it's real. I don't have to read it.
When book 3 comes out and you see what's in this, it's going to blow your doors off. And again,
yeah,
I expect
the first 2 books are garbage, but the next one's going to be great.
As time goes on, I'm going to be sharing more quotes. I hopefully will start to get into a routine that's fairly regular.
And I just want to mention we're 2 hours and 35 minutes into his stream that's supposed to be about important prophecies from the Archangel Michael, and we didn't get one prophecy. We didn't get the proof that one prophecy was correct. We didn't get anything. We got him telling us about his long-term, decades-long future plans, while he's at the same time telling us that the Archangel Michael is telling him the world is going to end in the next 2 years. Wacky world of Wilcock. It doesn't have to make sense. His followers must be dumber than rocks to believe any of this nonsense. It doesn't, it does, am I the only one that gets that? Like, he's talking about all these amazing future plans that he has, while at the same time telling us the world's going to end in 2 years. Oh, and we're getting superpowers. Again, the third time he has told everybody that all of humanity is getting superpowers. He did it in the year 2000, he did it in 2012, and he's doing it now again. It's like every time he needs money, he just pulls that out. All right, let's just tell all these stupid idiots they're going to get superpowers again, and I'll get a few more $1 million from these idiot, stupid followers of mine.
Weekly would be ideal, but I have no idea if I can pull that off, honestly. But again, I want to thank you guys for participating in our group meditation. Thank you for watching. Yeah, so I've done pretty good chunk of time here. This is David Wilcock, and I am signing off. Thank you for watching. And please, again, we critically need your help for a number of reasons, including
more begging
sure
for
our
money.
Facility doesn't explode. So
if you don't send me money, my empty airplane hangar is going to explode. Talk about a beg. Jeez, God, David Wilcock, you have no shame whatsoever.
Disclosure.com. Enter in the promo code Ascension for a very generous $22 discount. You can dive in right now. The first 2 PDFs are ready to be downloaded.
Oh, discount BS. Awesome.
Your password protected. We didn't make some crazy encryption, but please don't steal it. And please don't redistribute it.
By the way, people have already leaked those all over the internet, David. So If anybody wants, oh, you know what? I can't. According to YouTube guidelines, I can't tell people what I was about to tell you. But they are leaked all over the internet, as far as I'm aware.
Right now, the funding is very important.
The funding's
And I think
important.
you're going to be
Yeah.
very, very blown away as this multidimensional consciousness begins speaking to you, because the words themselves sometimes are cryptical. They don't make sense, but it activates you in a multidimensional way. So if you're having a
All
real
right. So my book is full of nonsense that makes no sense, but it's going to multidimensionally activate you when you read my words of nonsense. Great. Got it.
struggle with some of the words that Michael says, it's sort of like what Khalil Gibran says in The Prophet. Half of the words I say are meaningless, so that the other half is activated within you. It's something to that effect. So this will activate some very interesting consciousness. People have had some very crazy visionary experiences after reading these books.
Who? Can we interview them about their multidimensional experience? Of course not. He's making this up too, probably.
The feedback we're getting is phenomenal. It is very personal. It does not speak to you through me. It speaks to you directly as a soul. So there's a very incredible handshake that you're making with the higher forces.
Oh, you get that? You
Because
get to
honestly,
shake
it appears
with an
that there's
angel
never
and buy
really
his
been
shit.
something like this before,
Come on.
where it's so clear and it's so easy to read, relatively speaking. And again, by the time you get into book 3, book 2, volume 2, Michael's readings get a lot easier to read, and that continues on.
None of
into
his music leaks.
books 3, volume 1, and books
It's
3,
that
volume
bad.
2. So anyway, this is probably going to be one of the last times that I sell anything, at least after this year. But I do need your help. So again, please go to thedisclosure.com. I will be back with you soon. I'm not going to be a deadbeat dad anymore. I promise. I'm going to try to.
He needs your help, right? Like, what did he do with the $4 million that he just made last year that Corey Good was talking about in those depositions? In the depositions, Corey Good said that David Wilcock made $4 million off his last course. What did he do with $4 million? He pissed all that away, and now everybody's got to give him more money? Like, this is ridiculous.
Wear nice clothes. I'm going to try to be cool and not make too much fun of you or insult you too much, because I know that hurts your feelings, and I don't want to do that. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope I answered enough questions that you feel good
thank
about
God.
this.
We're going to make it through 10 more
I think
seconds
I'm
of
going to
this
post-produce
shit.
this, maybe add some stuff in. But anyway, it's been great, and I will talk to you soon. Have a great day.
All right. We made it through, friends. We actually thank the Archangel Michael. We made it through 2 hours and 40 minutes of David Wilcock nonsense. And really, that's what it is. So, boy, I don't even know where to begin to do some kind of wrap up here. He talked for 2 hours and 38 minutes, and we didn't get one prophecy. If he's so proud and these prophecies are so dead on accurate that he was given in 1996 and 1997 and 1998 and 1999, why can't he show us quotes of the prophecies and proof that they were written between 1996 and 1999, and then show us what they accurately predicted? He didn't do that. Do you know why? Because he's not talking to angels. He's talking to his imaginary friends at best while he's taking baths in his own piss. This is just absolutely ridiculous. I thought the last one that we did ages ago was ridiculous, but this one is really something else. But we are nowhere near finished the broadcast. We're going to be sharing this Stevati Aerospace pitch for investors because it is a laugh riot. And I want to show you that David Wilcock predicted that we would get superpowers, not once, but twice before. And we have the clips of him telling everybody that we were getting superpowers very soon, a few times before. And I think it's important to look at David Wilcock's scams or grifts from the lens of time. And that lens of time teaches us, what it teaches us is that when he successfully scams stupid people for money with fake stories, he waits a bunch of years and then he repeats the successful scam that got him a bunch of money the last time from stupid people. So this is for the benefit of all you stupid people. I shouldn't say that. All of you people who desperately want to believe that David Wilcock has some secret insider knowledge from angels or aliens or government whistleblowers that are fake. I want you to be aware that he has pulled this exact scam before, telling everybody that everybody on Earth is going to get superpowers. He did it before, and he's probably going to do it again a few years from now when everybody forgets this current scam. Do I believe he's talking to angels? Hell no. Hell no. No. There is multiple reasons. All the evidence points to him being a false prophet who literally has been turning people away from Jesus and away from God, and for years pushing ancient alien nonsense that is in direct violation of God's laws and God's covenant with man. But you're free to believe, if you want to believe, that God and the angels are talking to the same person that turned millions of people away from Jesus and away from God and to New Age spirituality, gobbledygook nonsense from the world of the demonic. Feel free. But be aware that he has pulled this "we're all getting superpowers" scam several times before, and we have the clips to prove it. So I got to put the fair use banner up. This is a transformative work, and we're educating the public. We're going to play this clip of David Wilcock pitching that we're telling. Remember, he was getting paid the last time that he said we were all going to get superpowers. This is him getting paid big speaking fees, which I'm told are somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 for one speech, where he's telling everybody they're getting superpowers. He sold books before that said we were all going to get superpowers. He sold courses before that said we're all going to get superpowers. Now he's selling a book he claims comes from the Archangel Michael, where again, for the third time at least, he's telling us that all of humanity are going to get superpowers. Let's view this current scam from the lens of time and see the previous scams that he did for money, telling everybody they were going to get superpowers. And when we return, we're going to play the Stavati Aerospace investor pitch and laugh our butts off, because it is a laugh riot. Let's see what David Wilcock said about us getting superpowers, not once, but several times before.
So when Gariev transformed those salamander eggs with light and captured that genetic code on the photons, zapped it into the frog eggs, I believe that's what's happening to us right now. We're moving into this new energy zone. It's activating the planets, it's heating them up, it's making the molecules actually move faster, but it's also increasing the source field vibration, which is making us become more intelligent. So we're dealing now with the next wave that's coming in 2009. As we head into 2010, 2011, they're going to start happening every couple months, and then they're going to start happening every couple weeks, and then they're going to start happening every couple days. By the time we get to 2012, we're going to be hitting new ones every hour. And towards the end, it's multiple times per second. Okay, now my readings have told me, for what it's worth, that some of us will be able to have ascended abilities. I mean, full-on ascended abilities prior to the actual shift happening. So that would be very cool, because what we're expecting after 2012 is a 100 times more harmonious utopian world where things like time travel, levitation, instant telepathy, instant healing, telekinesis are as common and as everyday as breathing.
Is that the Great Pyramid of Egypt actually has a timeline in it, and that timeline has 2012 as the most important year. 2012 is predicted as the year in which whatever the second coming of Christ is supposed to be will happen. When does the age of Aquarius come in? 2012. And that's been calculated based on constellations in the sky by mainstream astronomers. So look, things are not going to stay the way they are very much longer. The year 2012, if nothing else, represents a bifurcation point, a split between the way that things have been and the way that things are going to be. They were known about long ago, and it's all part of this spontaneous evolution that humanity is being led through at this time. It's going to be something that actually changes life as well. then would this mean that the planet is experiencing a rise in its consciousness? That is exactly what I'm suggesting. That once the truth comes out, it will be in the context, very likely, of these people having been arrested on a massive level. There's all kinds of logistics about how that's going to be done, when that's going to be done. It is a massive operation, and I am not authorized to give all the details. This is a very different thing. This is not an Earth-killing event. This is an Earth-birthing event. And they're very clear on that when you read these ancient prophecies. That the Earth has to go through its worst point. It has to go through the dark night of the soul, and we're having that now. It's very after we go through the worst point, there is this event, and it's so amazing. We are in the midst of an overthrow of the deep state. Everyone take a deep breath now.
All right, I guess that's enough of the crazy. Yeah. So David Wilcock has several times before, of course, pushed the mass arrests. He's pushing the mass arrests again. And he has several times before said that we're all going to get superpowers. And every time, nothing happens. So what are the odds that this time he got it right? This time, because he's talking to angels now, not Egyptian gods or aliens, that this time we're really going to get the superpowers. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And I have the Stevati Aerospace. Wait a minute. You know what? Let me check on my Twitter to make sure that I've got the right one. I believe that I found the right video, but somebody did send it to me. 1 second. Let me make sure that we got it. Got the right one. The Space and AI Showcase. Yes, I have the correct one. But let me cue that up. 1 second. Of course, it's got ads, right? All right, we're gonna take a look at the investor video of Stevati Aerospace, David Wilcock's aerospace company that he has, according to him, single-handedly keeping afloat with money for years now, since at least 2017, he said, I believe. Yeah, let's check it out. Stevati Aerospace and pitch deck. He's pitching for investors.
I'm Chris Beskar, the CEO and founder of Stevati Aerospace. Stevati is an aircraft manufacturer focused on next generation civil, military, and aircraft and aerospace vehicles.
He has never manufactured. He calls himself an aerospace manufacturer. They have never manufactured, to the best of my knowledge, a single aircraft or spacecraft.
As we're talking about space technologies and space launch, one of our major initiatives, and we can go back to that slide, is space launch. And we're focused on the development and production of next generation expendable launch vehicles. We could go back to that other slide just a second there. I don't know if I can control this.
Chris, I don't think we'll be able to stop the animation.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just talk quick. Okay. Launch vehicles.
Yeah, the guy who's going to build hover cars doesn't know how to work a slide system on a live stream. Awesome.
Based upon a partnership we have with Ukraine. Now, those launch vehicles are a foundation for a variety of next generation.
A partnership with Ukraine. Well, all business is off in Ukraine now, so terrible timing for you guys.
Interplanetary and interstellar spacecraft that we'll be developing and producing. Looks like this is kind of running right away. We're focused on aviation primarily as our initial launch. We have a wide variety of aircraft that we've developed. And at the moment,
He has not developed any aircraft. They've developed pretty pictures of aircraft, but they don't have, to the best of my knowledge, and I've researched, they do not have a single aircraft that's real that they could show anyone. But they've got 20 or 30 pretty pictures of very high-tech aircraft and rockets and spaceships and everything.
we're based at the Niagara Falls International Airport at a facility we own in Niagara Falls, 173,000 square feet. And we're in the process.
This is what they bought, apparently, with David Wilcock's money, according to David Wilcock.
Right now of acquiring the former Bell Aerospace plant, which will provide us with 2 million square feet of manufacturing space. Here's our leadership.
Yeah, and by the way, here's Chris Beskar and here's Bill McEwen, who was the person in charge of Amiga Incorporated. If you want to have some fun and go down a weird rabbit hole, look up Amiga Incorporated, Amiga OS, right? And see what their second in charge has been doing. He spent a decade trying to resurrect Amiga and never produced a single product, to the best of my knowledge and recollection. Somebody else, developers that he didn't pay, developed Amiga OS 4, and he owed them so much money that they sued him. The programmers of the operating system sued Bill McEwen and essentially got the rights to the operating system because he never paid them. And again, I hate to go off of memory here with legal matters. We're going to do a separate show just on Bill McEwen, the chief operating officer of this company. But he's got a very shady past of, let's just say, questionable business dealings. Also claimed, Bill McEwen claimed that they were sponsoring a soccer stadium and then they didn't come through with the money. It's a whole sordid history.
Team. We have a variety of graybeards and some younger people involved. We've got about 500 people lined up to work for us immediately, in addition to these wonderful folks who are running the operation.
He's got 500 people lined up to work for him. Great.
Our current investor pitch, we're raising about $2 billion to spread over 11 new aircraft development programs ranging from next generation commercial.
He's going to raise $2 billion with an aircraft company that for 20 years has never produced a single aircraft. Who's going to give him $2 billion?
Airliners to close air support aircraft, to the upgrade of existing military fighters to generate immediately revenue within the immediate time frame. And it looks like we've got a little more time here. We're looking at projections over the next 20 years of about $700 billion in revenue. Yes, we are competing with Lockheed. Yes, we are competing with Boeing. Yes, we are competing with Airbus.
Currently, they're not competing with anyone because they don't have a single for sale product currently, to the best of my knowledge and recollection.
We have next generation.
What we need, investment partner committed to invest up to $2 billion. All they need is $2 billion to make all this stuff work, friends.
Fighters, trainers, and fourth generation solutions to upgrade those to 4+. So let's see. Maybe we can move to the next slide now. This might be a little slower. That might help. So looking at our $2 billion fund, we range from a MiG-29 upgrade initiative where we're taking MiG-29s and putting Western systems in them to make it the wonderful airplane it always should have been, but it lacked the radar, engines, and avionics systems.
Yeah, he hasn't turned down $2 billion.
We have our next generation Machete close air support aircraft, our Stiletto trainers, the former Bell plant that we're acquiring, our Stelma multi-role fighter. It's in the Taiwan livery.
Remember, these are all just computer generated images. They don't have a single airplane that they can show anyone, including investors.
Very special country for us. We do not want that to fall to communist China. We wanted to defend the dickens out of Taiwan as much as possible. Of course, our Razor Mach 4 fighter, the SM-100, which will be the first transport airplane to carry a 20-foot sea-land container and intermodally deliver that in such a manner that you can compete with over-the-land trucking. That's very important these days, seeing as how we have some major congestion. And
so this aerospace company that's been in business for 20 plus years and has never produced a single airplane or manufactured a single airplane or sold a single product. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 aircraft designs that are just pretty computer pictures. We don't have any prototypes. We have no actual airplanes that we can show anybody that we've ever built.
And shipping issues happening outside of Los Angeles, where I happen to be at the moment. and then our SM-920 airliner program. Let's see if I can control the slide thing.
And by the way, do you remember earlier when I called Stevati Aerospace? What kind of a real aerospace company does the CEO answer the phone for? I'm going to say that again. The CEO is answering the phones. This guy is asking for $2 billion in investor funds, and he's got to answer his own phones. Something's not right. Something's not right with this company.
Here.
How are you?
Oh, hold on one second. Of course, the video is monetized because a guy who's running a $2 billion valued company needs YouTube ad pennies somehow. Come on. This company is a joke, and it's the perfect fit for scammer David Wilcock.
It did. Here's just...
And they're projecting $775 billion in revenue for their company.
The projections, chart projections are nice. We're looking at building about 100,000.
Who did these projections? Him? This is crazy.
Airplanes over the next 25 years.
Stevati will produce over 98,840 new aircraft at a production rate of 3,954 per year. They're gonna create 100,000 new aircraft. They've never built a single airplane, right? And they're going to employ over 30,000 people, right? And they're going to make $775 billion with a company that for 20 years has been unable to produce a single airplane.
Revenues of about $775 billion. Bringing in about $2 billion in actual investor capital, the rest being funded through DoD contracts and things of that nature. We fully understand that it costs about $15 to $20 billion to do what we're doing, but between Department of Defense funding and Department of Transportation loans, the DOT is happy to give loans for different civil aircraft projects.
Yeah, the Department of Defense is going to give him billions of dollars. The Department of Defense, according to him, is going to give billions of dollars to a company that has never, in 20 plus years of being in operation, produced a single airplane that we can see.
About 40 to 60% of all of our development costs will be covered directly by the government. Moving on to next slides. This gets a little bit into the technologies that we're dealing with right now. We put the Razor first because this is a really incredible airplane. The F-22 needs replacement.
No, it's a really incredible picture of an airplane, but you don't have an airplane to actually show us.
This is a fantastic fighter. It's a Mach 4 aircraft with a variety of innovations.
Yeah, and by the way, a Mach 4 aircraft is virtually impossible. Listen, the Blackbird, I don't believe could do Mach 4. And do you know what that costs to produce? But according to these clowns, he's going to produce these for 85 million flyaway cost, right? You too can fly away with one of these Mach 4 airplanes for just $85 million. It would cost millions of dollars just in titanium and metals that could withstand that heat. I don't think that these people understand aviation, aerospace, or science.
The canopy material alone is so revolutionary, it will change plastics as we know it. The airplane's radar absorbent material does not fall off when you pull high Gs. If you know anything about the F-22, it has severe RAM problems. This airplane reduces the cost of flight hours for a cost per flight hour.
He's calling it an airplane when he should be calling it a pretty picture of an airplane we have yet to build.
For a stealth fighter, from about $40,000 an hour to $10,000 an hour. A very nice fighter.
And remember, David Wilcock was saying that they need to get like $15 million and then they'll be golden. But this first airplane they want to produce costs $85 million to buy, I guess. So I don't understand. The math doesn't make any sense here.
We should have Mach 4 fighters. You got to ask yourself a basic question. If you have two engines that put out 35,000 pounds of thrust plus, which is more thrust than the SR-71 Blackbird had, why are our airplanes so damn slow? Bad. Moving on to the next airplane here.
Yeah, and by the way, the Blackbird took, I think, a decade to develop, right? But he's going to build a better than a Blackbird aircraft. But again, he's never produced a single airplane. Do you see the problem with this? Like, this man does not have a proven track record of success. He has a proven track record of lying claiming they were developing laser weapons for the United States government. They had to take that off their website when they got called on that BS. So they've already been caught lying about projects that they were developing for the United States military when they were not.
We've got our airliner. This is a magical airliner. It brings an innovation.
Oh, it's magical, all right.
That were developed in the 1950s and 60s, but were never implemented. As you know, the Boeing 737 first flew in 1965. It's still flying today. This particular airplane brings those innovations that airplane should have, but we're bringing it to the table.
Good
nice
idea. Look it
design.
up, B. Baker. Send me some links.
Passengers in a very nice seating arrangement that will actually give you the ability to push
I think they're on LinkedIn.
Drink cart down the center aisle of the airplane while still having other people be able to go through.
Exactly, Patty. You were correct.
Cart and go to the bathroom.
They're lying about
so
that.
It's basic restroom accessibility while also waiting for your soda pop. These are important things. I think we're probably running out of time here, so I'll be quick. Here's some more information about our SM-100 transport airplane. This can also be a fire bomber. That means putting out forest fires. Our Stiletto supersonic trainer, 5th generation stealth training, internal weapons bay. We've got our machete. This is your bomb truck, very well armored A-10 replacement. It comes in jet form. And in the next page, the turboprop. So if you like to spend a lot of money on gas, buy the jet. If you like to be slow and precise, buy the turboprop. And for the general aviation community, we have this wonderful replacement to the J3 Cub, as you see it in its fixed gear configuration right here. We also have a retractable gear version of the
Exactly, right?
Here's our list of amazing enabling technologies ranging from metals named after myself personally, active stealth technology, next generation propulsion systems, just a wide variety of things we're focused on.
Oh, did you hear that? He's had metals named after himself. Great. Armor. Beskar Indidium alloy armor. He's claiming that his
proprietary.
Well, wait a minute. We got to go back here. We got to go back here and look at this. Look at
propulsion.
Remember Beskar armor? He says that these things are going to have Mandalorian Beskar Iridium alloy armor. Come on. Molecular chromium plate. These are things that I don't think exist. HMWPIB reactive armor, foam metal sandwich armor. Do these things even exist? Right? This has got to be, oh my God, this is the perfect company for David Wilcock because it's built on BS.
Systems, just a wide variety of things we're focused on, many of them proprietary. Here's kind of a summary of our industry team. Basically, everybody in the aerospace defense community will be a supplier to us.
What? Let's address
200
this.
parties for America.
Let's address this. I don't complain. I don't complain. What? Love exposing people. You are beyond bitter. You don't have the money all these grifters do. Would I like to have $4 million for one course? Alley Cat, I gave away my Mind Hack course. It's free. And it's right here on the channel. It's free. I gave a course away for free. Would I like to have earned $4 million for my family with that course that I spent, I don't know, months and months and months of my life recording and writing and producing? Sure. I'm not bitter. No, I'm not. I'm angry. I'm righteously angry that these people are out there scamming people. That's called righteous indignation. And a righteous man should be angry when he sees criminals scamming his fellow man. And if you don't like it, then go watch David Wilcock sell fairy tales, okay? That's where we're at.
We'll focus upon Buy America Act companies for non-American customers.
Oh, it's going to have Goodyear tires. That nothing says quality like Goodyear tires. Honeywell. You know, somebody should contact all these companies and find out if they're actually been communicated to that all of their products will be integrated into these fantasy airplanes.
Yeah, Martin Baker ejection seats, space systems, electronic.
Oh, and by the way, I think I know who that person was, right?
And here's how you get a hold of us if you want to talk more.
ISD, or Integrated Systems Design, is a top-ranked program in the...
Sorry. Let's cue past that. One second. We'll get back to this. And 1 second.
Awesome, thank you, Chris. I'm glad we figured out how to slow down the animations. But it would have been impressive to see you run through the whole thing. I think Tina has the first question. Go ahead, Tina.
Sure.
Hi, Chris. I love the rocket science. This sounds very cool. But let me ask you about this fundraising. Have the technology, have you
Yes.
built a prototype on this, or is it just the design and blueprint?
We have a bunch of prototypes. As a matter of fact, we have airplanes we can put you in. We have some airplanes that we'll be marketing and selling that have been flying since 1966.
Oh, then I stand corrected. He claims that they have prototype airplanes. Why does he only show pretty pictures then? Why doesn't he show flight tests? Why doesn't he show pictures, flight data?
So some of these are very old proven technologies. It's an interesting marketplace. If you notice the DoD, some things they want to buy off the shelf, and they want non-developmental projects. Other things are new, especially with respect to our upgrade programs of existing airplanes. So in the sense of the upgrade business, we're taking proven systems that may have been developed in the 1970s, as most of our defense technology was, and we're putting them into Russian equipment or American equipment that hasn't been upgraded.
So here he's making claims that they have planes that have been flying for decades. Why doesn't he ever show them?
So some things are very, very proven and available today.
Okay. So if that's already proven, so is there any new IP?
Yes, there is new IP. There's next generation propulsion systems. There's some of our green engine technologies that are all new. A lot of our metals and materials.
I know.
And we also have some things that were developed outside of the United States that have been kind of cloistered and never brought to the table that we're introducing to the Western world.
Thank you.
Yes, Boba Fett's going to be flying the inaugural flight of the Beskar
That
bomber.
Chris, loved your presentation. I saw there was a hint at this question in the chat. So, and I'm also curious to your last point, if there's any ownership from foreign entities outside the US of the company, and how much non-US involvement there is generally, whether it's from a tech or a business standpoint.
Sure. Nope. We're a fully 100% American-owned company. With respect to foreign participation, we have American sources for all of our supply chain. However, we have second and third source suppliers from foreign suppliers. For instance, Israeli Aircraft Industries has a variety of companies that can supply components, as does British Aerospace. Of course, Martin Baker ejection seats, but Collins Aerospace can be another source for that.
Oh, I think that 1 second. That's the end of the video. So that's the end of the video. He claims that they do have. I stand corrected then. He claims, well, I stand corrected, but I want to see them. Where are the prototypes that have been flying for decades, Chris Beskar? And you're saying that your airplanes are going to have Beskar Mandalorian armor on them? Wow, that's pretty interesting. You're going to have Mandalorian armor on your airplanes. Great, great. Iridium armor. American owned, banking in Grand Cayman. Yes, and the addresses are P.O. boxes. So why does this billionaire CEO have a bookcase that looked like he bought it at Walmart? How long will it take for the SEC and the FBI to get Beskar? Yeah, all the money went to a Silicon Valley bank. All of this is absolutely, positively ridiculous. This is the company that's supposed to produce the hover cars with David Wilcock. All they need is $2 billion in investment, and they're off to the races, friends. So if you got a few $1 billion just laying around that you don't need, by all means, please give it to David Wilcock and this guy, Chris Beskar, who, by the way, Beskar armor of the Mandalorian was named after him, right? Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let me take, oh, and by the way, that person that was throwing shade, why is it always a brand new YouTube account? I know who you are, clown, right? And we're going to talk about that tomorrow night. And by the way, we will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to cover the other partner in Slime, Corey Good's latest live stream, Q&A with the world's greatest or the world's most successful, I don't know how you would, the biggest SSP, secret space program, LARPer, in the form of Corey Good. I suddenly realized that we did not cover his latest video. So tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, let me share my screen and show you this is what we're going to be doing tomorrow night. We're going to be covering a Q&A with the world's leading secret space program, LARPer, and that would be Corey Good. And then Wednesday night, we are revealing the Cosmic Con game with Emily Louise, who is from Weird Reads with Emily Louise. You might notice that, or remember that she did an excellent video on the secret space program recently, tying it all together. It is a full-on documentary. I think it's 2 hours and 30 minutes long. But she did an amazing job and was also included Truthseekers in her video about the secret space program, painting us as sort of the opposition to the secret space program grift, which we were happy. I'm happy to be recognized for that. So we thank Emily Louise. She'll be here Wednesday night at 9 p.m. So tomorrow night, we've got Corey Good Q&A with the world's leading SSP LARPer. Wednesday night, revealing the Cosmic Con game with Emily Louise. We've got a full week of shows for you this week. I've got some extra special surprises as well that we are going to be rolling out. Also want to mention, if you're a Patreon supporter or a YouTube channel member, there's a free music album from me. It's Stephen Cambion, The Phoenix Files, and it is available now. Although it might change slightly. I might take off a song and add a different song. It's a long story on that. But I think it's a great album, and it's available for free for Patreon supporters or channel members. But all of our content is always free, so that is just early access, and that will be made public soon. And we want to thank DJ D's for two things. First, for being a member, and also for a kind and generous $5 super chat saying, "Praise the cash. Great show, bro." Well, we thank you all of you kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. All you Twitch subscribers, hello to the Twitch chat. All of you Patreon members, YouTube channel members, super chatters, super sticker purchasers, and PayPal pledgers. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. All of you. Praise the cash, DJ D's.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. Thank you, guys. What a great, generous crowd. And by the way, I think I know who was throwing shade on us, and we'll talk about that another night. Somebody's not happy that I decided to. We'll be broadcasting those Third Phase of Moon documentaries every day on my Twitter. Please be sure to follow me. It's free documentaries right on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. Every day I'm broadcasting those Third Phase of Moon exposed documentaries for free, proving that Third Phase of Moon are scammer, hoaxer, fraudsters. And Rich from Goofon knew they were the whole time. And instead of doing the right thing and admitting that to his audience, he decided to double and triple down. And I hear he's crying again. And I just want to say this. I don't even know what he said. I don't care. But Richie Grifton has a ridiculous argument that we were wrong on one data point out of 100 debunks. And somehow that makes Third Phase of Moon less of scammers, less of hoaxers, right? You're not right here. You're not going to win this argument, you idiot. There is proof of, I think it's something like 100 fake, fraud, hoaxed videos. Who cares if we were wrong on one of the debunks? That still leaves 99 fake fraud videos that they hoaxed. It doesn't make it any better, right? And Rich can continue to lie to his idiot audience, right? Anybody that believes Rich deserves to be in his audience. Because, hey, Rich, why don't you shut up, play those documentaries, and explain to your audience why we're wrong? Not on just one of the debunks, on all of them. Play all 4 hours of it, you liar. You had a choice to make. You could have either taken the right-hand path and told the truth to your audience, or the left-hand path and lied for personal benefit and money. What did you do? You took the left-hand path, the wrong road. You took the wrong road. And do you know how everybody knows it's the wrong road? Because since all of that crap happened, our show here has continued to rise in everything. We have more distributors now. We have more channel members now. We have higher views now. We have more live viewers now than when that crossroads happened for both of us. And both of us had a choice to make. We could either tell the truth about third phase of moon and what a destructive scam influence they are on the UFO community, or we could both lie for personal benefit. I chose to tell the truth. You chose to lie. And all anybody has to see is that one video where somebody sent you in third phase a completely and totally fake UFO video, told you both how you faked it, how he faked it, and then third phase of moon posted that totally fake video and pretended it was a spaceship or a UFO. And you knew about it, and we showed the messages. That's all anybody has to see. And your incredibly stupid arguments trying to weasel your way out. Remember, you said there was no evidence they ever hoaxed anything. You said they never hoaxed anything. Then you had to change and say, oh, they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. Then you changed it and said they haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. Then we caught you hoaxing things, Rich. A spirit orb and a stupid picture of a security camera you said was the best UFO photo ever taken. No, Rich is doing everything he can to try to keep stupid people sending him money because he claims he's some kind of a UFO expert. And I would submit to you that UFO experts do not associate with known hoaxer, fraudster, scammers. They would cut themselves out of association with people who have been caught faking videos, hoaxing UFO videos for years and years, decades. They've been faking stuff. Keep my name out of your mouth. I am broadcasting those documentaries every day on my Twitter for the rest of my life, pal. And you know those people that are sending you money and believing your lies? Eventually, they're going to get curious enough to follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. And what are you going to do when those people see 4 hours, 4.5 hours of evidence, overwhelming mountain of evidence of fakery, fraudery, and scams run by your puppet master's third phase of moon? What are you going to do when those people sending you money realize that you've been lying to them? We caught you lying to them over and over and over again. And I told you when this began, you are not smart enough to do this with me. If you were, you wouldn't be losing so badly. I have had such better enemies than you, Rich. I've had actual, really talented, smart people choose to make me an enemy. You, sir, are not one of them. All right, so we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat, and then we're going to bounce on out of here. I guess we're back to super long shows. It's just the nature of the beast when you're covering a 2-hour and 30-minute David Wilcock bull rant. It's going to take a while. I apologize for that, but I consider what we're doing end-to-end coverage. We did 2 nights on this. We have completely and totally destroyed this David Wilcock latest money grab. To anybody with ears to listen, with eyes to see, and a mind to contemplate what is taking place here. David Wilcock is on his 3rd iteration of the "we're all getting superpowers" scam. Send me money. And if you choose to send him money, just be warned, he's run that scam twice so far before now, and nobody got the superpowers that send him the money. So if you're looking for superpowers, first of all, don't take a bath in your own piss. And by the way, how is telling people that you can get superpowers if you take baths in your own piss not against YouTube's terms of service? That's a health risk. You can't be telling people to do unsafe medical stuff. It's got to be bad for you to lay in a bathtub full of urine. It can't be good for your health. And David Wilcock is on a public live stream telling people to do that. And before we take comments and questions, one last issue. I am getting increasingly angry and upset and pissed off. That person throwing shade on me is right about one thing. David Wilcock is fully monetized telling people that you can get superpowers from taking baths in your own piss. He's fully monetized lying and using a dead source, claiming he was a government whistleblower when he never was. He's fully monetized. Our videos are getting flagged for little to no ads when we cover these controversial topics like exposing David Wilcock, exposing Corey Good. I think that's wrong. And if things don't improve, I am going to send some sort of letter to YouTube saying, why are these people allowed to lie on YouTube and scam people on YouTube and be fully monetized, but our videos get demonetized for telling people the truth about the scams that are taking place on their YouTube channels? This is not morally or ethically okay with me, and things have to improve. All right, some questions and comments from the live chat, and then we're going to bounce on out of here. David Wilcock got obliterated. But sometimes I think wreaking havoc that it has little or no effect, right? What effect does it have? He's still probably going to make $1 million selling PDFs of nonsensical ramblings he claimed comes from the Archangel Michael, right? I don't know. Crypto Crusader says Wacky Wilcock is farting pee-pee bubbles in shame in his golden ringed bathtub after getting obliterated on this stream. Well, listen, let's also address that. It's the purpose of this broadcast is not to belittle anyone, make fun of anybody, though that we do. We have to laugh at some of this stuff. And it is not to affect anybody's reputation or business negatively. It is simply to expose the truth of some of these new age people who are, in my view and opinion, are taking advantage of people, vulnerable people who desperately want to believe in something. That's the purpose of our broadcast, and to give people the other side of the story. David Wilcock should not be allowed to stand up on a public live stream and claim that he's got secret intel from government insiders that are 1, dead, and 2, never worked for the government. That's immoral, unethical, and it should be illegal. I feel very strongly about this, and we will continue to expose these people as the very best that we can. John Doe, finally, we got him that Michael was vouched by little bluebirds. Corey, this will make us feel good. He busted by you. Yeah, the Archangel Michael fully signed off on on Corey Good's fake stories. That's how you know he's not talking to an angel. If anything, he's talking to a demon. Paragon Reason. What's the name of the third phase documentary on Odyssey for those who haven't seen it? All right, let me. The first one is called The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. and let me get over there. And the second one is called Third Phase of Fake, Recent Hoaxes, Fakes, and Misrepresentations. But they are both available on my Twitter right now. You can go to my Twitter right now, and if you go down my timeline on Twitter, both of those documentaries plus some extras are available for free. One moment, let me do this. I'm just going to put my Twitter. @Stephen Cambion is my Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter and watch those documentaries for 100% free. Wreaking Havoc says they're great documentaries. Thanks for that. We appreciate it. Yeah, the government is using big tech to promote the grifters, says How Gene Kotek D. And you may be right. Crypto Crusader says his funding is drying up gradually. These exposures are having an impact, evidenced by his begging for cash. You may be right, Crypto Crusader. I have never seen him so boldly beg for money in the 20 years that I've been listening to his clown show. I have never, ever seen him beg so, boldly. He is really desperate for money and begging. And this is karma. Maybe he could have used his platform for something karmically good, and then he wouldn't have bad karma now, and therefore wouldn't have problems making a living. And by the way, he lives a millionaire's lifestyle, so it's expensive to keep up $1 million mansion. And, I think we might see some changes for him coming forward, and they're not going to be good. Though I don't wish anything bad on anybody, but I do wish karma, right? If you've earned some equalization, right? Like, let's say, for example, that you've spent decades scamming vulnerable people with fake information and fake stories, and you've earned millions of dollars stealing money from people for fake whistleblowers, fake secret space program insiders, and this manner of things. And then you lose those millions of dollars in an investment scam in a scammy aerospace company, then that, I think, is karma and well-deserved. The best thing that could possibly happen to somebody who made millions of dollars scamming people is that they themselves get scammed out of millions of dollars. And it might be that is quite literally what we may be witnessing happening. And, I don't wish him any ill will. I wish him a road to redemption. I wish that he stops these dangerous, deceptive things that he does to take money from people and gets a real job. That's what I wish for him. Pretty soon his background on his videos is going to be a motel room. Could be. I mean, stranger things have happened. And, crypto, look at the history of these grifters, right? Where's Billy Meyer? Where's Bob Lazar? Where's Lou Elizondo, for that matter? This game does not end well for any of these people, right? And what's Corey Good doing? He's suing everybody, trying to get into the video game industry. It's one. You're right, Al Warrior. It's one big pyramid scheme. It does not end well. End the no refund policy. Yeah, you're selling quality fake information when you have to put real big and bold letters, no refunds, right? Yeah. All right, comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. Maybe he will team up with Third Phase. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Yeah, so we're approaching 4 hours here. We are going to bounce on out of here. I have to get up early tomorrow. I got to run some errands. I am happy to report, though, that I am finished my taxes, I think. My wife is asking me some questions and shit. She's an accountant. It's a nightmare. If you're self-employed and your wife is an accountant, and by the way, she doesn't do our taxes. She just tells me what I have to prepare for the guy who does do the taxes. But anyway, I'm in the doghouse every year. I got to give her all this stuff, and do all this math and try to figure all this out. Being self-employed is not fun during tax time. I think I gave it all to her today, but she's still asking me some questions, so I may need to give her something else. But I think we're done. I think we made it through, and she hasn't divorced me yet or thrown me out of the house, but she's not real happy right now because of the tax situation. I don't know. She wants to get it filed and done, and she'll be in a better mood once we get it filed and finished. But I'm done my part. I did all the math and added up, and these are expenses, and this is the income, and the show makes things incredibly more difficult because you got a couple of bucks coming from Spreaker, a couple of bucks coming from PayPal, some money coming from YouTube, some money coming from over here, and Patreon, and you gotta. It is not fun. I'm happy that I'm done. I think I'm done, right? Yeah. Brandy Phillips reminding people, please leave a comment after the show. It helps the show grow. Yes, it absolutely does. And two more calls to action. Merchandise. We now have merchandise available. There's 2 links in the description of the video. One is to an Amazon store, but I think that Amazon store only ships in the United States and in Great Britain. But the Amazon store is a lot faster. You'll get the stuff to your door in a couple of days. The Red Brick store, which is the second link of merchandise, is the same stuff, but it's from a different storefront. That ships internationally, but it takes a little bit longer. So if you're in the United States or Great Britain, hit that Amazon link, buy some shirts and support the show. If you're in another country like Canada or Australia, hit that Redbubble store and purchase some merchandise. It really does help the show. We've got a lot of fun stuff to choose from. You can have a shirt that says Professional Wackadoo Translator or Praise the Cash or just the Truthseekers logo. And the second thing I would ask is that I've been advised by an expert in YouTube that one of the best things that people can do to help our show and help us rise in the search engine is watch one more or listen to one more. Now, we're going to sign off, and I know many of you have been here for hours, so I'm not asking you to watch another multi-hour stream tonight, but please do watch one tomorrow, because there's something about people watching one and then returning and watching another one that makes the YouTube algorithm crank up the knob for us. It tells YouTube that we produce quality content that people come back and consume more of, so they get some sort of idea that we produce good content, good enough to recommend, so they crank it up, and that benefits our show. So, of course, like, comment, subscribe, and share. But even better than that is to come back and watch one more. It really, really does help. Just wait until I get the refund. Yeah. We need Truthseekers bucket hats. Yes. And Mark Tarana is reminding people, if you like Steven's work, please like, subscribe, and share his content. Watch one more show even. Everything helps. That one more show thing is supposed to help more than anything, or so I hear. And Komplizier to speak in German. Auf Wiedersehen, liebe Truthseekers Gang. Would you believe I took several years of German in high school? The only thing I remember how to do is ask where the hookers are. Don't tell my wife. Yeah. I remember how to say, come here and sit on my face or something like that in German. That's about it. I don't remember anything else. Terrible. Yes. Crypto Crusader says, liked, subbed, and shared. Good. Welcome new subscribers. We've been getting a lot of new people. I want to welcome all of you. We normally broadcast 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Thursday. But things are a little up in the air. And by the way, I'm not sure that I should even say this, but no, I've got a documentary film crew coming here to film later in the week. And I would like to share more about this documentary that is coming here to film, but I can't. It's a big sort of, it's a huge project that is, and it's going to be an incredible documentary. I can tell you that. But I'm not really allowed or supposed to talk about it. But I do have to mention that the schedule here is going to be a little wacky because I have to be available 24/7 while they're here to film. The whole time they're here to film, I'm not doing anything else. I'm just filming with them. I want to make sure that they get to, I think they're interviewing me, and then they're going to do some kind of filming and other stuff. So it's great news because Truthseekers is going to be in this documentary. I hope heavily featured. That's going to be on all the streaming services. It's a big deal. It's a big opportunity, but it's going to screw up the schedule here because I have to be available for them 100%. Yes. So that's amazing. And as soon as I'm able to talk more about that documentary project, I will. And I'm looking forward to filming. I've never done that sort of, well, I've never done a professional documentary filming. I've been in independent fictional films. It's going to be great for Truthseekers, though, because I think it's going to be a huge documentary in the sort of alternative space. I could say that. They're coming here to film in the next week. And I'm being forced to clean my office, which is going to be a big undertaking. I think I'm just going to get a shovel and just start shoveling stuff. The problem here is that I have children, so my wife we just throw anything that belongs to me into this 12 by 12 tiny office so that the kids don't destroy my stuff, and it becomes very cluttered very quickly here. But I'm working on it. I've done my taxes. Things are looking up. We are moving forward. So, yeah, this is all we got for you. I don't believe that I played the bumpers, but you guys know how you can support the show. There's two ways. You could throw money at us. Well, three. You could throw money at us. You can buy merchandise from our merchandise links in the About section of this video or podcast. Or you can like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos on your social media. Those are the best ways to support the show. So we'll skip the pitch bumpers today. I'm going to bounce on out of here. We've done our due diligence. We are coming back with a vengeance this week. I'm sorry about last week. I felt terrible with this COVID situation. That was probably the sickest I've been in years. It really was. And I'm still feeling a little under the weather. I don't feel quite right yet, and I hear I won't for a few weeks. I'm feeling sort of lethargic and beaten up and tired. But coming here energizes me and gives me something to focus on besides not feeling so great. So thank you for that. We want to thank you, kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers, you YouTube channel members, you Super Chatters, PayPal pledgers, Super Sticker purchasers, and Super Thanks people. We want to thank all of you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We want to thank our wonderful announcer, Mr. Ian. We want to thank Spooky for the wonderful, incredible graphics as usual. We want to thank our chat room moderators. They know who they are. And we want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight for this incredibly long broadcast. So that's all we got for you, friends. We'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, covering the other half of the dynamic duo. Corey Good, the SSP, Secret Space Program, LARPer, who's still at it, claiming he's getting Secret Space Program intel, even though he's never been to space, by his own admission, even though this is all works of, intellectual property of his or whatever. We'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you'll be here with us. So that's all we got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.